mainly based in Germany. Actually, we are based in Austria and Switzerland as well, because we have no office, no traditional office. We are a network of different people, 12 together at the moment. And yeah, we work from home, or have the tourism industry to be successful on digital. So we have a lot of destinations in our portfolio. So currently, of course, we do a lot in Germany itself. So we're helping the German destinations to restart and to manage their new role they have actually, and all the issues which are now on the agenda regarding coronavirus. And yeah, but we did this in the past for many years, and we have actually a broad portfolio of knowledge and projects, not only for destinations, but these are our main clients, but we also do work with tour operators, airlines, and travel agents. And yeah, we just want to move them forward with digitalization, because it's a big issue, as we know. But at the moment, actually, we have another big issue to deal with. And but it again, I think I will show you some insights from the German market in the way, as you might know, Germany was the first country for the Germans to travel. And all the destinations in Germany, so the states, the regions, the cities, of course, have the focus on the Germans as well. And but with that said, it's not like that you just click and you restart everything.
Of course.
There are a lot of issues, regulations, and all these kinds of things, I think, have an impact on the traveler, and will have an impact further on the traveler if the Germans go abroad in the near future. So I think, yeah, I can speak about this in some seconds. And just to myself, some few words. I'm in the tourism industry for 15 years, and I worked at several, enterprises, tour operators, at Fraport, which is the company running the airport in Frankfurt, and also worked for the German National Tourist Office for a while. And since 2015, I think, yeah, I'm with Tourism Zukunft, and helping mainly destinations, as I said, to be successful in digital with content strategies, digital strategies, tourism strategies, new products, defining target groups, all these kind of things. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I hope I can give you some insights in the short amount of time we have. So I'd like to share the screen with you.
Yes, we do.
Can you see it? Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, as we have just half an hour, more or less, I just get right into it, to be honest, to give you the most of it, actually. And I have here a very recent study or survey by Forza. You might know this company. And this is really a really current view on the situation right now. So if you would ask the Germans, what do you think about your next vacation? You will get these kind of answers, more or less. And we see that also in our projects at the moment when we talk, and we do actually interviews at the moment also with the Germans. So just over a third of the survey participants with specific travel plans, so 35% wait and see. So unfortunately, yeah, this is quite amount of people, but it's logical, to be honest, because the situation, the whole situation is still uncertain. You get a lot of different information, even in Germany itself. And you have, for example, a lot of different situations, even in the states in Germany itself. Some of you might know that Germany is, of course, one country, but we have different states. And in the different states, you have different kind of regulations regarding Corona. You have different kind of levels of things you can do or not do when it comes to Corona and when it comes to travel. And these kind of things, of course, stick to the people. And then you have the situation abroad. You have the situation in Europe, you see how other countries deal with it or not, and you get all the kind of different kind of informations from the other countries. And you have, of course, the overall kind of, announcement from the government for the Foreign Office of Affairs here in Germany, which of course say at the moment you can travel in Europe, but it's still not a normal holiday. Keep that in mind. Yeah, if you want to travel in Europe, you have to do that and this and that and this, and you have to take care of your insurance. You have to be sure what to do on site and what not. You have different kind of processes when you arrive in a different destination. And so, of course, the people are confused. They're just, like, oh, I don't know exactly. I just wait and see. Actually, Germany is not too bad to travel either. It's a nice country. Yeah, we have mountains, we have coastlines, we have islands, we have everything actually. So I just wait and see. 27% stated that they would like to cancel the entire trip they booked or have already done so, unfortunately. And these are specific, these are a specific kind of group of people, which, for example, of course, had to go in short term. We have over 11 million short terms plans at the moment. So over 11 million people are on short term. And this, of course, has an impact on the financial situations of the people. And of course, with the uncertainties overall, and with the uncertainty, do I have a job in 3 months or 4 months? Do I have my partner has a job? And also with the uncertainty when it comes to the daycare, for example, kindergarten, school, they are open at the moment, but we are not in full kind of work here, or they are not in a full kind of running, I might say so. For example, the kids are allowed to go 2 hours per day in schools, for example. It's not a full day. So you have really to handle these kind of situations with your family and with your work and, all these kind of things. And so many people say, okay, I unfortunately have to cancel it. And we just have to wait how, especially the economic situation will develop. 50% of the survey participants want to wait and see what the tour operator suggests. And this related or refers to people who actually are not so concerned about the virus itself. They say, okay, it's there, but actually they're not so afraid to get it. They still want to travel. They're really keen actually to travel. And they, of course, have the money. They're not so huge impact regarding short-term or regarding the general economic situation, which of course we do not see the full impact yet, so we are just in the beginning, unfortunately. But they, got all the information, all the confusion we had in the last months regarding the tour operators, Are they allowed to provide vouchers or not? Do I get my money back or not? What is it if I cancel the trip? What is it if I cancel part of the trips? Do I get the full service if I do the trip? All these kind of things, which are actually not clear, and that's why it's information, or really good information, is so important at the moment, leads to the fact that people just wait and see what the tour operator is doing, and they do not have to handle it for themselves, in a way. The tour operator has already canceled a trip of 12% of those willing to travel. This refers, of course, to the months of the lockdown, and especially also May, because the restart of the destinations in Germany started in the middle of May. Since 15th of June, we are allowed to travel in Europe again, not all of Europe, but a huge part of Europe. And with that said, of course, trips, they had to cancel trips because they were not able to realize them. And this also refers to trips who go further apart or further abroad to out of Europe. And because the office of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has the announcement that until the 31 of August, we are not allowed to travel out of Europe. So of course, these trips are canceled at the moment. 5% want to rebook their holiday for later this year or next year, 4%, or have already done so. This is not a huge number, but it's understandable because no one knows what next year is. We all try to figure out what the next 3 months maybe will bring us, and no one knows exactly what the next year will bring us. So it's understandable that we are not really keen and jump into the I don't know, uncertainty of maybe doing a trip or not doing a trip. And here's another kind of interesting study I brought with me today, because I think it gives you more kind of deeper insight in a general behavior regarding the Germans, with the facts and figures we have seen here in the first slide. You get the situation regarding really the next travel. And here you get a better situation what the Germans think about travel destination and what they want and not want for the next travel. And the first point is actually not surprising. So 63% for them is Germany on the top of the list, which is actually not surprising. Germany was always on the top of the list for the Germans. But this number has increased and it will further increase, unfortunately. It's not so a good message for all the other destinations in Europe, but it's really understandable. And the most important fact why this number will increase is healthcare. You know, the fact that people feeling safe in Germany. And you might have seen this lists with the safest countries in the world with Corona, and we are on second place after Israel. And in Europe itself, we are on first place. So even if the Germans are really critical sometimes regarding their own healthcare system, it's actually not too bad. You know, it's pretty safe with the coronavirus to travel in Germany. Germany is not a big country. You can go from the north to the south in 8 hours by car. So even if you have a problem, you just jump into your car and you drive to your hospital, you know, where you maybe have the certainty to have a certain kind of doctor or whatever. So this safety factor is really, really crucial at the moment. So this is relates also to the last point, for example, yeah. People feel not safe at the moment to go by plane and to go to a foreign country because they are not really sure, you know, if something happens, you know, yeah, how is the situation in the hospital, you know, how is this with the insurance? What do I do with my kids, you know, when I get ill and they are healthy? And all these kind of things are really an issue. And especially the Germans always really have an eye for safety and want to feel secure, yeah, especially when they travel. That's why we have package holidays, and you know, which is the number one product when it comes to travel, because it's safe. You know, you have an insurance and you get back from the country to your home country. But with all these uncertainties now, it's pretty logical that the Germans rather stay in Germany, yeah. And I think we will see not a huge difference until the end of the year. Maybe next year in the beginning, we see maybe slowly this number decreasing again. But actually for now, it's Germany. It's on the top of the list. At second, actually, we have Austria. So it's the second choice. And then Germans think about to go to Italy maybe, but that's it at the moment. More than half of the survey participants are drawn to the German coast, which is actually maybe not this big of news, but keep in mind that many of the Germans cannot do their beach sand holiday, you know, which they did in maybe Greece and Italy, whatever. And of course, this is a logical development. They try to go to the coast now, which is actually for Germany or for the German destinations a big kind of change, because the Alps, the south of Germany, are not in so high demand as the coast at the moment. So we have really crowded a coastline, which is actually not good, because yeah, they have to handle the people at the moment. City breaks have lost a bit of their proportion. It's actually not so big, to be honest. The Germans really want to go to cities still. First of all, Berlin, Hamburg, and then Munich. But keep in mind, these are cities where you can do other things than to go shopping in a museum or in a attend a festival or a concert or whatever. So cities where you really have this core city product have really an issue at the moment, because there's no other things to do. You know, no one wants to go shopping 3 hours with a mask. on their face, and just have to limited access to shops and all the stuff. And of course, we have no theater at the moment, no cinema, no festivals, no events, no opera, whatever. But actually the cities who can offer other kind of possibilities, so have big parks, surroundings, screen areas, can combine a kind of product with the outdoor, where you have can do, because we will not have ever a city experience again as we had before. So the whole city product will change really for a long time, or even forever. And if you have an eye on what are the Germans do now in the cities, you can implement that to your own city, maybe abroad in your destination, and maybe change a little bit the offers you have on your website or whatever. And 39% of the Germans want to avoid contact with others on the next vacation. When it comes to digital services. So during the lockdown, we actually had a huge increase in digital services. So online streaming, of course, but streaming your fitness class, doing the video conference will stick to people, and actually it does. So we see at other surveys that people want to do that more because they itself, because many of the hotels, at least in Germany, are not allowed to have a buffet and to have food service. But you can offer meal delivery. Why not? You can add this to your product and charge for it. Why not? Or many hotels are not allowed to open their spa area or their fitness rooms, but you can offer it as a digital service. People, got the idea that it's really handy, whenever you are at the location, or when you do the outside exercise, whatever. And so I think here is a really huge opportunity to upgrade the product at the moment with digital services instead of the offline services, or the offline services which are not possible anymore. So rethink your product with that, because the Germans are really now ready to use it, which they weren't before. But the whole kind of mindset has changed during the lockdown. And as I said, 41% want to do less air travel in the future. Number one way of traveling at the moment is the car. This is the number one way of traveling, because I don't have to wear a mask. I'm in my own car. I feel safe. I don't have to worry about my kids. I don't have to fill out any forms at an airport, whatever it is. I just can drive and have fun. And if I want to go back to my home country, I do it. It's not a big deal. And so unfortunately, it's not good for sustainable mobility. So, and even the Deutsche Bahn, so the railway in Germany has big issues at the moment to get the trains full again. So, but it's understandable, and we have to deal with it. And we have, in a way, also rethink the product. So many destinations in Germany have big issues with, crowded car parks, and all the stuff, which they hadn't before. And they now try to implement apps on all the tracing systems to, to handle these situations. But so we have a kind of another over-tourism, I might say so, which we hadn't before. Austria to Switzerland and all the other countries. It's no big deal, even to Norway. So car is unfortunately at the moment the number one choice. And I just want to give you a quick kind of insight here, a deeper insight. I can't get to it in detail, but if you really think of doing marketing now in Germany, and if we really want to target the Germans, you have to dig deeper, and you, of course, have to do your image campaign. It's important to say we are back and we are here, but actually you have to dig deeper. And I think it's the time to do so, because with this pandemic and with this different economical situations and with this different kind of expectations at the moment, and it's not like the situation as we had before, oh, I booked my beach and sand holiday for 2 weeks, all inclusive, and I'm fine. We don't have this anymore. So we really have to get into the details. And you see here actually the social groups in Germany. And all these bubbles are different kind of social groups and like-minded people actually in Germany, with a certain economical financial situation, with a certain education background, and with a kind of certain values and what is important to them. And just to make it really brief, as lower the bubble is, as lower the income is, as lower the education is, and as lower the interest in general information, economic situation is, as more or less not so sophisticated the social status is. As higher you get, as more income the people have, as more education, as more international perspectives they have, and so on. And if you see here, are you concerned about your personal situation at the moment, economic situation at the moment? You see that actually, of course, the higher income groups are not so, of course, concerned about it, but especially the middle is concerned. So not the lower income groups, they are concerned, but the more red the bubble is, the more concerned they are. But actually, these are the groups for the sun, beach, holidays, packages. You know, these are the people who book those things or have booked, and you know, they will, or how they, will recover in 3 or 2 months or whatever. And so it's really important to dig deep in those statistics and to really rethink what kind of marketing actually you're doing now. Because these people will either stay in Germany for now or will not travel at all, most of them, just to give you a really broad view here. And on this other slide, this kind of survey is the sinus milieus in Germany, is the name of it. They asked those groups, Corona will have a critical impact on your travel, yes or no? And you see the proportion on how much less they will travel in the future. And you have here with, just let us get back to the middle, minus 33%. And this, of course, is because of the economic situation. But it's, of course, also about the uncertainty regarding my job. You know, even if they are not in short term, it could be that Germany has a problem, you know. And so it is really, I think, important now to dig into these target groups and just have this general view, but really, you know, look deeper who actually can travel now and who is able to travel now and who is able to travel in maybe 3, 4, or 5 months with all the economic, especially the economic developments we see right now. Yeah, so just let me give you some conclusions. Overall, the desire is there. Germans want to travel, and they want it as always. You know, we are actually a travel nation, I would say so. It's like having a car. You know, having a vacation is a must, to be honest. But of course, the situation is not so certain, and we do not see the full economic impacts yet. So unfortunately, we have to wait until we see them fully. A second wave is expected. So keep that in mind. Many people think there is a second wave actually. And we had some lockdowns in Germany last week because in some regions, you know, the numbers went up again and people were not allowed to go out of their home. So we see that the virus is still there. There's no normal holiday. So even if we want that, it is not the fact, you know, and you see that also in the media. Yeah, you get the impression from the government. You can travel, but keep in mind, you have a virus there, you know, so there's no normal holiday. And the health awareness has increased. So as I said, one of the biggest points to get trust again and to regain trust is to really point out that your country is safe and that the people are safe and that you have, you know, a certain kind of process and kind of regulations to keep the people safe, actually. And overall, I think outdoor wins, because many people, that was actually the only thing you could do, you know, during the lockdown, and people will stick to it. Car wins, unfortunately, it's the safest place to travel. Contactless wins. So think about your product, your services to make them contactless, meaningful digital services to add on to your product. Feeling secure wins. So this will stick to us for a very, very long time, even I think forever. And Europe wins. So after, of course, people are traveling in Germany again or doing that now, they will get to Europe again, but from my perspective, in the beginning of next year. That's it. So if you have any questions, or I don't know if you have time, so I will stop the sharing now.
So yeah, that have been really great insights. Some that I, for example, at some point didn't even think about. So I think it has been a very interesting topic for all our viewers here. And of course, because we don't have that much time, but I would give everybody the information. Katharina has her booth at BUZZ.travel. Yeah, so whenever you need any information, you can connect with her, send her a message, or request an appointment that you can talk. You see, Katharina is a very nice person, I have to say, and I really love listening to her. So feel free to get in touch. And information for everybody, just in general, you can do that, of course, with everybody that has their booth here on the platform, or even if they don't have, contact them in the normal member list. So everybody here is happy to talk. Everybody is happy to do business. And well, we all need to kickstart in the end. Yeah, that's very important. So let's share information. Let's share ideas like Katharina did that. And yeah, let's bring everything forward again for everyone. Yeah, I think this is very important. Katharina, thanks a lot. It has been a pleasure having you here, and hope to talk to you soon again.
We will, I guess.
Sending the best wishes. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thank you.
See you. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome again to the BUZZ Expo. Today, we are happy to introduce you to Mariska Kestelow, so I hope I spelled that correctly, the founder of World of Mice. She has prepared a very interesting topic for you. Discover the world of B2B influencer marketing. Mariska, it's great to have you here. Maybe you can introduce yourself a bit to our audience before we start with the actual topic.
Yeah, thank you very much, Marcus, for the invitation and to be part of your, I would say, your first edition. My name is Mariska Kestelow and I'm the founder of Word of Mice. I actually created my company already 4 years ago. In 2016, I started with the idea because I saw so many inspiring travel influencers. And I thought, the world of meetings and events can also learn something about it. You hear some helicopters. I don't know what's going on. There's no war broke out, but I thought to go and be at the countryside to have a quiet area. But it's the charm of working from home, I suppose. So no, today I'm happy to be here and to share my passion about B2B influencer marketing.
That's perfect. As I said, I think that's a very interesting topic because, well, we read and hear a lot about influencer marketing. I mean, it's kind of all over. But what is your definition of influencer marketing itself?
I would say remain top of mind at your target audience. Because we, especially now where we are online and we receive a lot of information and where we are more connected than ever before, it is very hard I would say, to remain top of mind at your target audience. So I think this is really, I would say, the definition between B2C and B2B influencer marketing.
Okay, that sounds great. And well, you already mentioned that B2B and B2C influencer marketing. There seems to be a difference. Can you explain what is the difference and why it is so important to know about this difference?
Well, because first of all, I think influencer marketing in the B2C world already exists for, I would say, quite some years, but also in the B2B environment. Um, of course, we all know the example of the Fire Festival, especially in our industry. This is, of course, I would say, not a real good example and also not an inspiring example to start with influencer marketing in your company. And the biggest difference is that in the world, I would say, of B2B influencer marketing, we select people based on their experience, first of all, because they have working experience in the industry, which means they have relevant followers and relevant decision makers in that industry. And also, of course, because they have a certain expertise within the world of meetings and events. For example, someone has organized only large technology conferences, the other is only focused on incentives. So we don't focus on the amount of followers, because in the B2C market, you want to, I would say, spread out your word and you want to reach as many as customers as possible. In the world of B2B, it's more about to find people who understand your product or have already used your service or are familiar with your brand. And also another difference is the lead time, because if you sell, for example, a t-shirt or a product in a supermarket, the lead time, the decision time that you need to buy the product is very short. So in the B2B, it's very long. You don't decide today, especially now in the world of COVID-19, you don't decide today to make a decision to go, for example, to organize a conference in Spain or in Italy. You are very cautious, and of course also about your budget. So therefore the lead time is quite long, and therefore B2B influencer marketing are long-term campaigns, long-term collaborations with experts, content creators, and sometimes we normally encourage people to work, especially now, at least for 6 months to a year and even longer, to stay and to remain top of mind. And also another thing which is very important, it's not just only the focus on sales and promotion, it's more about why you should buy the product. Have you already experienced with it? And because the tone of voice in these times, of course, is a bit different than before COVID, I would say, than before COVID-19. You don't want to focus on say, yeah, go to Gran Canaria or go to Spain for my upcoming conference or event. No, people are very cautious, but you can find ways to spread your message in an appropriate way, and to stay in touch with your audience.
Yeah, that I think makes perfect sense. And you have been talking about the campaigns. Can you explain, for example, how such a campaign looks like? Because I think a lot of the listeners are curious to know more on how you create a campaign for a hotel chain, for example, because there are a lot. Can you share some insights maybe?
Yes, of course. Yeah, I think a lot of listeners, and especially, I mean, in the tourism, travel, and the meetings and events industry, we're all, I would say, we say in Dutch, met de handen in het haar zitten, and we say
Oh,
with the hands in the hair.
I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. So what is, and I think therefore I'm really happy to share my story today, because my aim is really to support all the listeners who have difficulties to find. I would say the right tone of voice, and what can we do in these challenging times with not focusing on sales or promotion, but how to focus to talk about my hotel or about my brand. So how to set up a campaign, it's actually divided in 6 different steps, and there's another
Okay.
helicopter going over my house.
Well, it's been busy at your place.
Yeah, well, it's always Murphy's Law. If you want to
Yeah.
have silence, then you don't get it. So actually, the first and the most important thing is to analyze it. So, um, and is the strategy. So, what is your strategy? What is your target audience? What is on who are you focusing on? Because if you say I want to do a campaign for entire Europe, that's not possible, because I'm Dutch. I mean, you are German. The tone of voice and the channels we use, of course, are different.
Mm.
And so therefore it's very important to have a good analysis. So what is your target audience? What would you like to get out of the campaign? What is the message that you want to spread? What is the channels that you want to use? um, so there are, and if, as long as you haven't defined, I would say, a good proper strategy, and that is also of course aligned with your values and your goals of the company, then you can really start for a campaign, and then you can really start to look for the right influencers who spread the message.
Mm.
And also there is a lot of confusion about, because they said, yeah, we need to have a big bag of money to find the right people. And I think today we are now in, I would say, in a special time, because a lot of people are willing to collaborate. For example, if you had a famous speaker in your hotel or in at your event or in your destination, they are today, um, um, how unfortunate it is, also perhaps out of a job, and they're willing to support you. Look at all the popular singers who making music online, and
Yeah,
who
really.
are sharing their voice. So that's also something that we in our industry can do, help, um, like many singers have also supported the destination. So therefore it's important to make, who can help us, use influencers from your industry who have that expertise, but look also around that circle from people, I would say singers, speakers, also your clients, your partners, and also not to forget your own employees of your hotel. Perhaps even if they are laid off, they still are able to support a hotel, because they're also eager to come back to work, and to open the hotel or to open the destination. So you can really create a huge circle of people who have expertise and passion about your product and service, and who can spread your message. Um, so, and that without having, I would say, a big bag of money,
Hmm.
because that's a big misunderstanding of influencer marketing in our industry. So, and then of course, what are they going to do? That all depends, of course, what you would like to do. But I've seen many creative ideas. For example, one was really good from the Faroe Islands, who have been always very creative in their digital marketing campaigns. For example, they did virtual site inspections. So you could book a
Mm.
tour. For example, Marcus, you're now on in Spain. So I would book a virtual tour with you, and you will show me around in the
Hmm.
destination where you are, and I can ask you questions. Or virtual site inspections of hotels. For example, we as event planners, we want to see the meeting rooms, we want to see the
Hmm.
auditorium, but also we want to see how we can reach the destination. Is it safe to travel? And also think a lot about podcasts or webinars or interviews that we are doing today. So there is a lot of possibilities without
Mm.
the focus on sales and promotion, but still spreading the passion, the values, why you should come or why you should consider the brand or company within the near future. But that, of course, costs time, and that is not something that you would do that you would reach out to, I would say, one to the other day. So therefore, it's important to set up a campaign with the right people who can spread the message about your brand and company, and also create a long-term campaign, because the virus, how unfortunate it is not away, and we will still have to deal it on a long term. So set up a campaign with on a long term, especially until 2021. And the advantage is also with influencers, they can adapt anytime. It's not printed.
Mm.
So even if there would be a second wave coming, and perhaps some hotels or destinations need to close down, the influencers will adapt to the situation, because the last thing that they want is to harm their reputation. They
Exactly.
understand, because they also need to adapt to the current situation. So therefore, I think there are so many opportunities that people can do, and we are working in a creative industry, and I think we should now use the creativity not for our clients, but for ourselves, to promote ourselves and to be proud on the industry that we are working on.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you already mentioned that. I just want to, well, point out the question a little more clear. Why is the influencer marketing so important, especially now, more than ever in the end?
Yeah, because, well, first of all, we are more online than ever. Who would have thought that I would be today on an interview with you on an online conference? I mean, to be honest, I would prefer to
Yeah,
see you face to face and be on
same
stage, and to
here.
have the and to have the engagement and the, yeah, the atmosphere of the audience. So yeah, and therefore influencer marketing is so easy, because we can adapt to the situation. And if we would have the ability to do it tomorrow, let's say live
Mm,
face to face, we can also engage the influencer and ask to come, or to be the moderator, or to be the host of the show. So and therefore influencers are, well, it depends what type of influencers, but the real content creators, the
mm,
experts like we call them, are with one foot in the world of the meetings and events, or in the travel industry, if you would use them for that industry, and the other side, they're experts in social media. So they know what's working. They can also support you, your team. They you perhaps give it online training towards your team, to um, or even help you creating a content calendar for the upcoming weeks or months.
mm,
So therefore, influencer marketing is not just something that happens from one onto the after day. It's a,
mm,
first of all, a solid strategy, and the second is, yeah, I think people are now obliged also to adapt their strategy, and they're very hesitant on what can I do and what I can't do,
mm,
what is appropriate and what not. So therefore, influencer marketing is now more important than ever, because you have an external expert or experts in the house who can support you and who help you guiding through the right communication
mm.
on this time. And we are
Yeah,
more connected with the screens more than ever. So influencer marketing is now a perfect way to, I would say,
yeah.
to amplify it. And
Absolutely. And well, we have now talked about what the influencer can do in the end for your business, for your hotel chain, or for whoever in the industry. But another question I have, well, who are these people? And well, you know, we talked about what do they do, but who are these people? And
yeah.
maybe an interesting idea or a question our listeners might have as well. How do you select the right influencers for the clients?
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's funny because everyone is asking, yeah, but who do you work with, Mariska? Can you give me a list of those people that you are
Of
working
course,
with?
that's
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah. And I totally understand, but then I should honestly give a list of the entire industry, of the entire meetings and events industry, because we are all influencer. And it
Hmm.
doesn't matter if you're active on social media or not. It just all depends on your strategy. What do you need? So therefore, that's I'm coming back again, because a lot of people underestimate a solid strategy. So please let me know what kind of a people are you looking for, and even they said, yeah, but how many followers do they have? No, it's not only about the followers. Preferably, if you would have someone who's only have 100 followers, but have the decision makers of larger companies
Mhm.
in their profile, and only post, for example, once a week or once every 2 weeks. But if that message is read by your desired target audience, then that's enough.
Perfect.
So therefore, a lot of people are curious, yeah, because they think they have, they're all famous people. Now, B2B influencer marketing works differently than in the B2C. In the B2C, you would have perhaps the Kardashians or
Mhm.
what or whatever famous beauty or fashion influencers. No, in our industry, it's much more, it's much more niche working. And yeah, and for example, if you would have a famous influencer from Germany, it's a totally different approach and campaign than you would do the same that you would the same for the Netherlands. But
Mm.
again, what is very important is besides the influencer, it's also a community. So if you would work with one influencer and especially the content creators, of course, they know each other and they are also supportive, especially in these times. So they will spread and share the message. And if that message has also been picked up by your employees, by your partners, by your clients, who are also all informed and part of the campaign, yeah, then you can create a huge reach, because the work is not only, I would say, within the reach of the influencer itself. So if you can find more people, how more people are informed and how more people will share the update, like today if I saw how many people have shared or liked my updates, yeah, you create a huge reach, and that is actually where of course where it's all about. And especially if that someone is trustworthy sharing the update, then people will read it. And even if it's our only 100 people, but if those
Mhm.
are the 100 people that you would
Yeah.
like to get in touch with, um, that is enough. So yes, I can give you a list, but that list, anyone is asking,
Mhm.
yeah, but can you just send me a list or give me some
Yeah.
names? Yes, I can send you some names, but it doesn't mean that these people are the right people for your
Mhm.
company, not only based on their expertise, but of course also based, which is very important, on their
Mm.
personality.
Yeah.
Because um, it's like I always say, it's like a dating agency that we do. I mean, I would probably be not the right match for you, Marcus, but but perhaps I would be the right match for someone else.
Mhm.
So I say it's like, yeah, it's like a dating agency. You
Yeah.
need to find the right, the perfect match,
That's a
and
perfect example. I like that one.
yeah, because why I want to say this, because a lot of people also think that influencers are, yeah, sort of robots, sort of
Mhm.
machines who produce content, and yeah, we want to have it, we want to have it like a product. No, we are humans, and approach them as humans, and leverage their expertise and their knowledge about your product, about your service. So also don't dictate what they're going to do, but we ask their
Mm.
input upfront. So what could you do for a destination like Spain or Italy nowadays? What do you
Mhm.
think we can do together, and leverage their knowledge, and I would say commit them even before we start with the campaign, because you ask them for their expertise. You also go to a doctor if you're sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't go to your neighbor for advice, no? So
Not
that's to
really.
say, no, but I give this simple example because a lot of people, yeah, they want to have an influencer, but then they want to have an expert from the industry, but then I want to dictate what they're going to do. Yeah,
Mm. And
but
that doesn't work in the end. I mean, when we break that down, it's
yeah,
more about the quality
yeah,
than about the quantity. Like, what does it bring you if you reach 1 million people that and nobody's interested in what you want to do? And
yeah.
as well, why are these people influencers? Because they have their style of providing the information, I think. Yeah. So as you
Yeah.
said, I think it doesn't make any sense to just dictate like you do what I want, because there's a reason why they have influence, because they are themselves, you know.
Yeah,
As we said
indeed.
already, we are all humans. I mean, we need to interact. I mean, I love talking to you, for example, because we always laugh a lot, and this is what makes it special in the end. Yeah. So I think really
Indeed.
have the right influencer, yeah, to get to the right people.
Indeed, and also a lot of people think they're because also have an image of millennials. They're all fashion or beauty influencers of 20, 25 years old. Yes, yeah, but that's not what. So if we work with influence in our industry, I think the average age is around, well, 30, 35, or even older. And the simple reason is because if you are 21, you haven't built up an audience of followers, and you haven't have, well, you can have working experience in the industry, but it's very, very low in comparison to someone who's 30 and have already 5 or 10 years working experience in the industry, and of course build up that relevant audience of followers. So so yeah, I would say it's also not something that you can I would say with one push on the button, I can find the right person. It's really a thorough research that you do on the different social media channels. And of course, the first source is LinkedIn to see what they have done. Yeah, really to qualify the right match, your right date for the upcoming.
Yeah, exactly.
upcoming
As I said, this is still the best example. That's really cool. I love that. We just got a question here. I just answered that in between. Is it possible to get this communication for distribution on social media? Of course, you will get it. This is great. This goes to you, Mariska.
Oh, thank you.
Job already. So, of course, this here is recorded, and we'll of course share that in social media. Yeah. So this question is answered. If anybody else has a question, feel free to post them in the Q&A section. And of course, Mariska is on BUZZ.travel. Yeah. So if you want to reach out to her, for example, if you want the list of the influencers, or at least get more insights, more ideas, for example, feel free to contact her. I think that's fine for you, right?
Yes, of course.
I read you had already some.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's also the reason why I'm here, and not only to share my passion, but really also to help supporting the destinations and the especially ones, of course, are more focused on the meetings and events industry to help them to continue with the communication, because that, I think, is the worst thing that you can do, stop the communication in these challenging times. And there's so many people who are supportive and are willing to help. So I would say use and abuse this moment of crisis to continue with the communication, and hopefully that as soon as you're able to be open, that you are that you can welcome the right and also with the right type of guests, of course. Yes,
absolutely. And there is more to hear from you, because tomorrow we'll have your keynote speech. Yeah. So for everybody who thought, hey, Mariska really knows what she's talking about, and I want to hear more, tomorrow, keynote speech, check our events, sign up, or watch live, or do both. It's all up to you. Yeah. So, Mariska, anything you would just would like to tell the audience in the last minutes we have here?
Yes, perhaps a last thing that I want to say is yes. And it's not to say to promote, but please continue with the communication. Please don't, I mean, we're all in, I would say, in strange and challenging times for all of us, but please don't give up, be positive, and we, I mean, see the end, see the light at the end of the tunnel, and there are so many people are willing to help and support. So use that, and we're happy to support you to get you, I would say, to get you right on track. So if you want more information, join me tomorrow, and there we'll share some more information about target audience, how to dive further in the topic, how to set up a campaign, and share some case studies with you as well.
That's perfect. And you see, Mariska doesn't bite. Feel free to contact her. Very, very nice person to talk to. Mariska, it had been my pleasure talking to you once again. And for all your insights, for all the information that I think everybody can really benefit from. So guys, really think about it and start acting, and don't stop connecting. And Mariska, I wish you a great day. I'm really looking forward to seeing you tomorrow and hearing from you some more information. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you. And see you tomorrow. Thank you for the invitation, and have a good show.
My pleasure. See
ciao,
you.
Ciao.
Bye-bye. Okay. Sound.
Good morning, good day. Here in the US, the sun is just getting up, so we probably won't have too many live visitors from the US to hear Frank, but they will see when we have the steamed version ready. Today, we have several sessions on new strategies, on DMO strategies. We will also have a bit about how to measure well-beings in destinations. I'm very happy to welcome our first speaker, Frank Kerbers. The noun sounds Dutch, Flemish, but he's actually originally from Canada. Frank is a very renowned speaker. He's been speaking on 5 continents. Destination, on city management, city marketing are his main areas of interest. He's been working with a long list of clients. It's so long that I won't go through the whole list today. Just to mention a few: wonderful Copenhagen, Munich, Vancouver. Frank is associated with Destination Think, but he's been working with the World Bank as well. Frank, I'm very excited and I'm very happy to welcome you. Yours is the scene.
Yeah, thank you, Jan. Yeah, very welcome everybody on my ceiling here in Antwerpen in Belgium. Yeah, it's the ceiling because my wife is working from the sleeping room. My daughter took my office because she has to write a thesis, and my son has the ground floor. So that's how life looks now during COVID. We all know that. So let's dive into it. Please, production, can you start the presentation? And boom, the magic happens. So if you think this title is slightly provocative, you might be wrong. It's genuine from my side and it's heartfelt. And moreover, I always dreamt to do James Bond titles for presentations like Live or Let Die or You'd Only Live Twice, because in the end, it seems to contain the promise that in the end, after many adventures and suffering, the good always conquers the evil. So adapt or die is not only a command, it can also be seen as an expression of hope. And it's, of course, the adaptation or death of organizations, not of human beings. We're speaking here, let that be clear. We're living in certain times that make me work from my ceiling. And that expression in certain times remind me about my time in China, where people wish each other interesting times, and we're living interesting times for sure. Okay, so this is a chart I borrowed from my Canadian friends from Destinations International, another consultant. And indeed, in North America, we speak of layoffs of 50%, 70% immediately 1 month after the crisis started. These are difficult times and we're all tested, but someone who has never been put to the test will never know his own strength. This was the curve of Ireland, and this is the kind of crack we only saw before, I think, economically in 2008. But I never saw it so brutally, so abruptly, and certainly not overnight in the tourism space. And as the last warming up, I give you this photo. Some of you will be familiar with this. This is Lopburi. This is the northeast of Bangkok, where large crowds of monkeys came down the street. We speak about hundreds of monkeys. They were marauding. They were aggressively plundering the shops because they were frustrated that they were not fed by tourists anymore. That really brought out the ape in them. So what about the travel industry? What about the DMOs in particular? Are we going to behave like monkeys and start becoming grumpy and frustrated that the tourists stay away? Or are we going to do something about it, and are we going to really act? So managing and leading your industry in uncertain times, that's what we're going to talk about. And I want to start with this book. As we are speaking now, some of you might have noticed that this book, it's a classic from 1947. I'm sure most of you were not born then. That book is now topping the charts in Europe, in the United States. Why? Because it's about a lockdown. It's by a Nobel Prize winner, Albert Camus, and it's written about a city, Oran, that goes completely in lockdown because of the plague. And rather than a novel, it's a report of how people react during that crisis. And there you see actually, and it should be a manual for management people, all kind of attitudes that people use to respond to a crisis. From Father Penelou, who is the typical moralistic guy who always said, pointing his finger to God, "I always told you so." And there are numerous articles and blogs of gurus, academics who said, "Yeah, I told you so for a long time." They seem even to be happy they're right. Then you had Cotard. That's a guy who wants to make money out of it, right? He's opportunistic. That's something I see as well. You see a lot of blog articles like "never waste a good crisis." Personally, I think that is inappropriate. The language of winners and losers is very unsuitable and very unbecoming in a time that there is no income for people, that there are so many job losses. You're with Ramon. He's a journalist, but he never writes. He has no deadline and he's totally in love. And the only thing he gives a damn about is getting out because he wants to see his girlfriend. And he lives in denial. We saw that after the crisis, a lot of irresponsible leaders, I'm not going to name them, you know them, who said everything is going to be back to normal by Easter. And then it was end of May and end of June, and maybe now it's the end of the summer. Now you have Theroux, very likely guy, friendly character, full of empathy, one that works for a DMO probably, but he's not doing anything. He's passive. And I think the right way is to behave as a leader is this one. It's Dr. Rieu. It's the main character, the one actually that is also having the sympathy of the author, Albert Camus. And he's a doctor. And I don't think that's a coincidence. He fixes things. He wants to get things done. And he's not moralist at all. Yet he says the plague that are we, meaning I have to deal with it and I'm gonna fight to it. And that is the right leadership role that I would like to see. If you have plans, strategies of nations, DMO states in this time, you always see the 3 degrees, right? People have different names. We call them the mitigation phase, the restart phase, and the reimagine phase. I think most of the clients I know for now, they're just going back, start bouncing back. They just are past the tipping point, starting to the restart phase. So you need to mitigate your impact, restart your industry, and reimagine tourism. And today I really want to focus on number 3. But I want to give you some insights what you can do in 1 and 2 and what we have done. Probably you're familiar with this one. This is the McKinsey uncertainty framework. So there are 4 phases according to McKinsey. And the first one, the clear enough future, that's the one you know. You understand all the parameters, they're very predictable. That's how typically operate a DMO. You know your product, you know your market, you know your seasonal patterns, you know the events that are coming, you know what air access you have, you know your visa restrictions. So you have a solid understanding and you brief your agencies about promotional campaigns and when and where to set them up. You're running programs with your industry. So you have a pretty good insight in what outcome you will have. This is your comfort zone. Level 2, these are all the alternative futures. Um, so here you need to deal with other possibilities, but only a few, like there are some variables. And you're still quite familiar with it because that's when you try something new markets, new niches, new kind of programs. So there are a few options and there's a slightly higher level of uncertainty. It's a controlled risk. Level 3 is when there is a range of possible future, where it's not just 2 or 3, but maybe a dozen or more scenarios, or what could happen um, in each of these scenarios. And it's a lot harder to plan. And the last one is when you absolutely don't have a clue where you are and what is going to happen next. Now, let's say 6 weeks ago, we certainly were all in stage 4, and now probably we are in stage 3. What we see though from our clients is that most DMOs still operate at a level 1 for the mere reason that they are confident with doing that, they trust that, that's what they're used to. And that's what you do, the day-to-day carrying out of one single plan. And it's not enough to just adjust that a bit or stretch it out or not to adapt it to the situation that you are in now. So, which requires various scenarios for different kinds of futures. You need actually to plan for this. How many times do you need to do that? Even with smaller clients, we do that weekly adaptation of your plans. How do you do that? How do you start these plans? You need to inform yourself, of course. A lot of you are like me. I've been watching 20, 30 webinars over the last months to see what kind of data they're collecting and also compare that with my work, which is one of academic research. And there is a lot of out there. I only took one. This is a slide from a webinar from Tourism Switzerland, and they see literally in times of uncertainty that data matter more than ever. And I could not say it better or agree more. So we have created this framework for the type of data you need to collect, but also research, looking at some expert insights, expert analysis. And we think there are 3 core buckets here. The first one is that you have to consider what your DMO factors are. It really matters if you're a small community in the USA or where you are a city in Europe or a province in Canada, state in Australia, or if you are a national tourism organization with much more resources. Then, of course, it matters if you represent a place in the USA with huge geography and many people, or whether you are a small country in Europe like Slovakia, Slovenia, or Slavonia in Croatia, that act differently as a DMO than these huge big guys in the US. But your funding matters as well. Some DMOs are still financially stable in this time as they get grants from the governments. Others are totally dependable on what I would call a sort of bed tax, a revenue stream that completely dried up. Then there are the impacts. You really need to measure what the impacts are going to be. And this is really, really important. First of all, for your tourism industry, what kind of cancellations do you see? Are new bookings already on the rise? That's what we're seeing now. A bit cautious, neighboring countries, your own place. We saw a lot of creativity during the previous months, like hotels filling their rooms with healthcare workers, homeless, and generating some revenue of doing that task for the government. What is the situation here when it comes to job loss? What is happening to your access? What about if you are totally dependent of air access? It's different when you are an island in the Caribbean than when you are France, for instance. So then we look at markets. What is the situation in your market? What is the health situation? What is the impact on their economy? Because that will impact their ability to travel. And what is the impact culturally? And you can understand that even as emotionally, right? Okay, the borders are open again, but I don't see massive movements yet. People will start acting very cautiously. So is there anything in the society that might shift or change? Will this market lose its relevance for us? Do we need to adapt our positioning to that market, our messaging? And then lastly, the organizational impact. Tough decisions have been made. Staff is related to that. So what are the roles that we need right now? Is promotion your focus with the budget left, or is it better to keep some staff to collect all these data? And those who are familiar with my philosophy and the one of my team, Destination, think know already our answer. We believe that the core of destination market does not require huge advertising budget, and we don't have large budgets anymore. So it's really the appropriate time to rethink and be creative with what you have. Okay. So I'm not gonna say too much about this, but the mitigation phase, this is the most uncertain one. This is the one where the social distancing is still happening. Maybe you still have no restaurants, but delivery or take out. This is also the most fluid situation where you need to be the most agile and where you need to think out of the box. So this is not your typical messaging about your brand. So you start with collecting data, you create hypotheses, and in this phase, it's really like say 10 or 15. Then you select with client based on data the three most likely ones, and you build a plan for every of them. How often do you need to update them? I said it already. Doesn't care whether you're small or big. You need to do that weekly, a weekly update or adjustment. Okay. And then there is a whole bunch of questions you need to ask when you're going to create that plan. I'm not going to read them through you, but just point that if we speak about markets, there is a caveat. It does not mean geography for us. What comes first is the passion of the people, but also messaging can be affected, right? You need in that phase a totally different tone of voice. You need to show other stuff visually and so on. Then there is the restart phase, and this is the phase where most of you will be. Um, that's what people focus on now. It's a parallel process. You start from the same set of data, but this time you're going to build long-term impact models. And most clients I worked with last time in New Zealand, Canada, United States, Europe, we typically have three long-term restart plans. Let's say, for instance, I improvise one for late summer, one for or fall, one to restart in winter, or one to restart in spring. And again, other questions should be raised here. This PowerPoint will be made available so you can read them at ease. And then it's also in the restart phase, the proper moment to fight amnesia, because there's been a lot of anticipation for this phase. People couldn't wait because it means we can go back to action and get back to helping in the ways that we know we're good in. But it's critical that we fight a human desire to move on immediately. While it is still fresh in your mind, my advice would be, and even if you don't fully flesh it out, call a team meeting, a stakeholder meeting to brain dump everything you've learned about this situation. But there is a risk that there will be a second wave, an economic crisis. All these things are somewhere blinking in the future. And this is something you need to do with the ultimate goal of being a key organizational priority uh, to move forward. And then campaigns. That's what we all know, right? Campaigns, everybody feels at ease with that world. Well, this is quite new. We had MERS, we had SARS, but this is the first really global blow. The world is going through the same thing at the same time. So we need a new move. And I noted here, Zach, while everyone zigs, maybe we need a Zog, like a third move. But it's important, think ahead how we might move through those scenarios. And I want to expand a little bit on this. I think this is the time to become symbolic. These are not only times to become symbolic, but to be symbolic. What does symbolic means? It means in marketing that you communicate by expressing what you are, your DNA, through your community. Now, dear people, this is a bit my biggest fear. As I'm speaking now, a number of promotion campaigns are in the process of being feverishly developed on campaign drawing boards. And I can already dream the slogans. Ready to jumpstart business. We are open, proud, more than ever proud, pride. Um, so what you gonna promise? The same for everybody. There is nothing wrong by tapping into the local pride. That's great, but there's a huge risk here that you go into the old habit of over promising. And as a consequence, you will under deliver because COVID is not a way ready. There's a lot of restrictions. So stay who you are. You are a composition of a lot of things, your people, your history, your economy, the situation. Or like Dr. Seuss once said, how was it? You are youer than you, and that is truer than true. Let me just explain it by two strong examples. 2016, big crisis, the Greek island of Lesbos. And they were in the front line of another global crisis, the one of displaced people. And they even have been called by some press in Europe the ground zero for Europe's refugee crisis. So the island provided shelter for thousands of people who came across the sea, and the residents did their human duty. And as a result, the world is very cruel. Tourism dropped with 90%. That was their reward. And most people were about to lose their job, and they were then there was suddenly a very simple idea of a visiting volunteer who did not only provide humanitarian assistance, but she also recognized the need to sustain tourism because she wanted to support the residents, right? And she started to share very positive stories, and she invented the hashtag Beautiful Lesbos. It was first embraced by the locals and later picked on by all people over Europe. Remember that very well. I was one of them. So a lot of people who had visited the island sympathized with him. And it's probably, as far as I know, one of the strongest grassroots actions in tourism ever. The second is one of my favorite places, Ireland. And Ireland went through many economic crises, you know that. So when the economy is up, they top the charts. When global economy goes down, it's like a roller coaster. They really go down. So at a certain moment, they asked themselves, what can we do about our reputation? And they came up with that value proposition, DNA. They said, we are an island of artists. And I'm not going to mention the Sinead O'Connors, the U2, the Nobel Prize winners, literature, the Eurovision Song Contest winners, and what have you. We speak about the creativity of the people, the pubs where people are singing together, the taxi driver or natural born storyteller. So what did they do with it? Ads on BBC, on CNN, huge billboards on every main airport? No, they changed one piece of fiscal policy. And if you could prove you are an artist and you met some of these criteria, of course, you had to pay hardly any taxes. That made Ireland go viral during these days on BBC, on CNN. And the cost of the campaign was almost nothing, zero. So there was a symbolic action expressing in a policy measure what Irish people stand for. And as an industry, you need to come up with these symbolic ideas. Still in the restart, this is a moment to create new partnerships, right? So the whole COVID crisis and what happens after will be a small step for a DMO, but it can become a giant leap for the industry because it will be for the DMO a step back. Meaning, instead of staying the promotional spokesman or woman of your destination, you're going to become the ghostwriter of your destination, the scenario planner, the one who enables, the one who mediates, the one who fills gaps in the communication, the one who leads by example. And it's really time in this stage to start managing your destination. And the core of all that is what you have been doing during the crisis. You showed sympathy and you were communicating about your people. So if we speak about a new landscape, I always made jokes in the past about it. And I said the DMO world is a very layered landscape. I call that the bad lasagna. Because what you have local, regional, provincial, national, federal, I should not forget the state level, and every layer is having a sort of different messaging, and it's not working together, it's not tasting together. So another thing you can do on top of smoothing this out is create a restart committee. Look at Australia. They started immediately during the crisis, National Think Tank for Tourism. You can do it on a very local level. You can broaden your network. What about the transport sector, education, the cultural world, heritage, agriculture, health sector? Broaden the definition of tourism. And the last one is about partnering with digital investment platforms. You're all listening from home now, and There certainly is a role for a DMO in bridging between digital investment platforms and tourism entrepreneurs, and even co-invest in that like we see in some places. Then this is the one I wanted to speak with you about. Reimagine tourism. Reimagine is not a song by John Lennon, and for sure you won't be the only one who is a dreamer. So you will be with many, and you will have to be with many to do it with many. So adapt or die as a DMO, the core of our presentation. And this is probably the most important slide I show today. So 3 years ago, already 3 years ago, we co-created this chart. So it's not a destination thing. Probably it's something we did with 100 CEOs and VPs from destinations all over the planet, 5 continents. We did it in New York. And this was the industry coming up with as their biggest challenge, a lack of diversification and the threat of a loss of relevance. How can you be relevant? And look about the different circles of this chart and think about the time we're living in now. Think about the changing industry landscape. The industry landscape will be disrupted more than ever. Think about all the national carriers at this moment. Lufthansa, Swiss Air, Austria Airlines, and Brussels Airlines are talking with their governments to be saved with money from the taxpayers. So will be a blank check, or will governments ask for a more sustainable approach in the future? What about OTAs? Will have more people found a way to them on the internet? Will people become more selective than before? So to the right, you have the risk of undiversified revenue streams. Funny, I got an email of a Danish DMO to contact them with Americans, and New Zealanders want to know how the grant system in Europe works. They're studying that now. So everybody in the industry knows this is your true vulnerability. Try to diversify these streams as much as you can. Okay. So the first signs of something new. I selected 2 good articles I found, and one here, the credit is to Freedom Lab. And as we all know, the crisis lays bare the existing problems. And some of these can become a target for society in post-corona times. Now, these problems can become visible, like spread of the virus related to poor accessibility of healthcare in some countries, but that's not your core business. But also current measures against further spreading of the virus that has shown us what the world could look like. What I'm talking about is clean air in Chinese cities, crystal clear water in Venice. People will talk to you about us. They will address to you that. So this chart makes you think, where are we going to be? What kind of world will I be serving as a DMO? Will there be a wave of collectivism, or will we quickly go back to individual again? Will we globalize or will we deglobalize? Is it more about prevention or is it more about preparation? And then I found this hidden gem. It's a podcast of Quo Agency. I don't really know them, but I really like it. And it's about the future of travel. And in the first episode of Quo's series, they speak with Citizen M, you know the chain, CEO Michael Levy, about how much the travel industry is likely to change as a function of COVID-19. And he ponders the ramification of social distancing for a brand like Citizen M. And he says literally, there is no way we will go back to the situation before. These last words, the new normal. I don't like the word recovery. It seems to suggest covering up. A new normal asks for a new way of thinking. Part of that is redevelopment, right? So redevelopment will be based on communities in 2 ways. First, your internal community, your residents. And I have good news, it exists already for a long time, co-creating with your community. It's something we do in urban planning, which is my original field of interest. And Jane Jacobs was the first to do that. So placemaking is something that pops in, especially in cities, in tourism plans more and more. People think immediately about this. Placemaking is designing the physical space by permission of your locals, but it also can be digital placemaking. I was so impressed that Michael Bloomberg, who was then mayor of New York, yelled years ago, and he said, I quote, "How is it possible that a company of the West Coast, not to name Google, decides how people in the major city of the East Coast have to move in that public space? Because according to the algorithm of Google Maps, you always had to turn right, which caused congestion and traffic jams. And that's why Waze probably was invented and later was bought by them. So digitally, physically, a community will always fight back. This brings us back to what you do, place marketing. That is actually what tourism marketing is a part of. And smart DMOs wisely start from co-creating with their community, even their strategies. That's why we came up years ago, and it's our best-selling product, is the DNA. This is about ownership. Who owns the name of a place, right? And this is just a piece of research. This is not the final product. This is the start of a conversation you have with a destination about what are we. And everybody thinks they're unique because they have a landmark or a mountain or they're by the sea. They're not. There are a lot of places that can claim that, but it's the combination that makes you unique. And that will impact your development and your promotion. But secondly, there is another community. It's one of your visitors. And I just want to refer to research we have in the French speaking world. So I'm bilingual, I speak Flemish and French. And it's about the pace in which places can bounce back. Some places do that quicker than others. One of the explanations is that those places with a strong appeal in passionate communities will be helped by these communities. We learned that the hard way in Brussels 2 days after the bomb attack at the airport. There was a huge vibe and wave online of the people that love comic books. And they were expressing sympathy and what can we do and can we do tangible stuff. So they are doing your crisis communication. The same with Paris, of course, very strong known in the niche of art lovers. So these two destinations bounced back in 6 months, which is amazing. It has not only to do with short memories of tourism, it has certainly to do with the passion of the people have for these places. So that impacts your segmentation. That's the key disruption of the last 5 years. More and more DMOs have understood this and invest in passionate communities and in research about passionate communities, not only because people with a real passion for what you have to offer stay longer and spend more, but it makes you more resilient, less vulnerable. I'm going to skip this one. So you need, of course, if you're serious about this, if experiences come first, if the passion of the people come first, you need to have other metrics. And we created the TSI, the Tourism Sentiment Index, which is measuring actually all the touch points of your customer journey. What is the sentiment of people that are visiting your place? And then you can compare that with the place sentiment. And then you can say how tourism contributes to that overall place sentiment, residents plus visitors. And last not at least, you can compare to a competitive set. So that's a cheap tool I think it's 2 years ago, we created. It's a 5,000 thing or something like that. I don't want to sell this or something like that, but there are other stuff available as well. But it's something that DMOs places need to do for sure. Having a very thorough insight about the sentiment of the people that live there, come to study there, visit you, and what they say about what you have to offer. And then we need to go to the new normal. This crisis has been predicted by many people. I just pick one, economist Ian Goldin. You all know what a butterfly effect is. He speaks about the butterfly defect. It's not in. So what he's actually saying is there is a systemic risk, and risk issues become endemic everywhere. We see that in supply chains, infrastructure, ecology, climate change, economics, politics, and certainly during pandemics. So what can you do as a DMO? You can do a lot. You need to add elements of circular economy to your tourism industry. That's what they did in New Zealand. I worked in Whakatane and they set up a project funded by tourism. They selected strictly and exclusively people that have a big heart for these rare birds. And they made them participate in walks with very experienced guides. They had a zoning plan in place. You can walk here as a tourist, but not there. There are breeding areas. There is signage development about the kiwi birds. There was a program even to train dogs. And finally, they rebranded Symbolic Capital themselves as the Kiwi Capital. How was that funded? All by money coming from meaningful tourism. Österreich, Austria, the eco-region, kind of. There's a community that chooses for circular economy. So they're in that biochar thing, enriched soil. And to sustain that and fund that, they allow and they welcome a certain kind of tourism, people that have the same passion for Mother Nature. And last but not least, during the crisis, I was talking to the CEO of Bay of Plenty, and she said, "Oh, my crisis plan is this one. This is this strategy, and it's about reduction of CO2 emission. It's about a plastic ban. It's about co-creating with the indigenous people, the Maoris. It's about locally produced souvenirs and so on." So it's very brave of her because it's an outstanding example of long-term visions. It's like indigenous people, like you have the Indians in Canada, the Maori, and so on. They always plan for the 7 next generations. Okay, you have been staring for months on your computer, cell phone, television to this one, the famous notorious COVID-19 chart. So I should suggest that we keep using that chart and we replace it by a dotted line of the virus by the Earth's capacity. And I think that would be awesome. Then you would be truly leading your industry. And that is what very famous consultant, the man who advised Angela Merkel, for instance, um, says for a long time. We need to go for the reimagination of tourism from a win-win situation to a win-win-win. Win-win is easy. That's business. You create a deal. Someone has something to offer, a hotel, a place. Someone is looking for that. Wow, 2 partners are satisfied. But you have been sending the invoice for a decades to a third party, right? Local residents, indigenous communities, nature, damage to heritage, and so on and so on. And that is the core problem of tourism in these days. It's economic leakage. So in reality, I see the opposite, and tourism is the industry with the biggest economic leakage. So in the most simple way explained, money is not flowing back in the community, but ends somewhere in the pockets of multinationals that are far away from the place where you live. Like Jan said in the beginning, I work also as a strategist for a project of the World Bank in Malawi. And believe it or not, when I arrived there, the first thing, and Malawi is one of the 5 poorest countries in the planet, you need to know that. You know what they wanted? They wanted to attract 5-star hotels. Who is going to come? Rich people. Will they mingle with the local population? I don't think so. So that's what I want to change. You need to attract people that want to experience local life, have a genuine interest in you, respect nature, people that come from experiences as rock climbing, bird watching, rafting, people that for sure leave money to the local population. And that brings us to the heart of economy. I'm just gonna pick one, Kate Raworth's donut model. And she still acknowledges growth can be good. Growth is necessary as it can bring value to a community, think Malawi, but it should be limited, right? So you have a foundational growth and you have a ceiling of your growth. No kidding, Amsterdam is adapting this model. And it's not a coincidence that it is Amsterdam. It's not a nice to have there, it's a must have, right? And I'm very curious how they're going to do it, because what we always do is launch things with a bang, and Dutch are very good in selling. But I really cross fingers that they realize this, and they will achieve this, because it would be great. It would be a blessing for Amsterdam. So I'm at the end of my presentation. I think adaptation means resilience towards a new normal. And with my team, I'm puzzled by this. We are looking for a concept or an equation or a formula that drives the future of tourism and that can help you to solidify your direction for the next decade. So at a strategic level, we must be able as an industry to break it down into components that can drive development and measurement. And on the other hand, it should shift thinkers and DMOs from big numbers towards measuring what really matters, right? So we came up with something like the ratio between your value and your impact will finally decide how you prosper. So this is not the formula, but this is like we're thinking in a direction like this. Real value, not only financial, but also symbolic capital, intellectual capital, social capital, is your profit. So not the leakage money, but the real one that flows back to the community, minus your cost, which can be external cost, traditional, your staff, your infrastructure, and the invisible cost. The government who has to clean beaches because of, that's tax money, right? And you need to divide that by your reputation qualifier. If everything you do is great, but it still adds negative reputation, there is less value for you. But if it still adds positive reputation, that will be a boost for your place. My summary is adapt or die. First, fight, don't deny, but take responsibility. That's that leadership role I wanted to touch in the beginning slightly. Be creative in adaptation. So yeah, we've shown you the 3 phases. Community at heart, this is about balancing quality of life for both your visitors and your residents. And 2, the damage done. This is the restorative tourism, which is really on the rise. Confront realities of leakage. Don't beat around the bush, but tell people what this is all about. And last but not least is about segmentation. Attract aligned visitors. I'm sure there's no time for questions now. We have a Facebook group where you can post, but there's also my email on the BUZZ platform. You can reach out to BUZZ. So let's stay in this together, people. Thank you for listening. And I would say back to production. All right.
Okay, thank you, Frank. One of your colleagues said when we spoke about this, Frank is actually our best speaker, and right, he was. Great show, and I wish we had another hour, particularly when you got into the nitty-gritty stuff, the how to do things. I found that highly interesting. Thank you, much appreciated. To the audience, Frank is busy at the university today, I think, but you will be to reach on our Expo as well. And as you said, your contact details are available on the platform. Thank you so much, Frank.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Data-driven strategic thinking is the subject of our next address. That fits very well with the previous address, where we heard that we need good data, we need good data to do our strategic thinking. Tourism 4.0 is the team, and I'm very happy to welcome Urška Stac-Pecini and Tomi Iljas. They are joining us from Slovenia. They have been talking on a lot of conferences during the years, and they have been developing this, what they call big data model, to help us think strategically, but with the right parameters. Thank you very much and welcome warmly.
Hello from our side. I would like to share the screen, please. So here we go. I'll just put it in the right mode. So here we go. As Jan introduced us, we are working with data, and to start, we would like to start with an example, because tourism is something that we all feel to be expert in, because every one of us is traveling around and having experiences in tourism. And we want to start with one example with a location in Slovenia. It's a major tourist attraction with many visitors, a high amount of daily visitors coming. And just as an example of to show the perception of tourism is taking, for example, amount of waste. We are thinking this is the amount of waste in this destination, this location, the total amount of waste. And if I'm sitting in the office and have like, objective opinion of a situation, like my feeling of how much the tourist providers produce of waste produced, this is like, for example, my opinion. And then 1 hour later, I drive my car, I see a bus with full of tourists just eating sandwiches there without throwing anything away. My perception already changes. I think that tourism produces more waste. And then 2 days later, I just pass the same location after a concert or something and see many papers around, and my perception of tourism changes again. And it's always the same amount of data, it's always the same issues that I'm observing. But actually, if we look at the numbers, what is really the impact of tourism at the special, for example, at this location? And this is the picture that we get. So often we have the perception of tourism that we have is completely different from the real picture. And this is what we are working on. We are leading different projects on national level, on EU level, in the Black Sea area and in the Danube region, dealing with data and focusing on two main things. One is we want to bring R&D spirit into tourism, because in tourism, many decisions are made like with thumb, not based on real data. And the second thing that we want to do is we see tourism built around, not around the tourist, not the tourist is the king, the local residents and quality of life of local residents are the center. And whatever we do, whatever we develop, we see and want to respect this quality of life of local community. How we do it, I will just pass the word now to Tomi to show in different examples our tools and solutions. So please, Tomi.
Oh, hi, everybody. So we are tech guys and very recently entered in the tourism from the industry 4.0. So we are the guys of blockchain, of course, high performance computing, high performance data analytics, etc. And of course, we will building all the solutions around the technology which is available now. I will just briefly introduce you our technology pillars, and then we will focus on the first one, which is tourism impact model. On the back side, it's collaboration platform, which is a combination of data lake and a huge repository of very different data sources, and built in some let's say plugins for AI, for big data analytics, etc. Then we have tourism impact model, which we will focus in the second part of our presentation. And of course, very connected is also tourism, tourist flows, how to manage tourist, first, how to measure tourist flows, how to analyze tourist flows, and then of course, how to predict the flows in the future. This is again a bunch of technology behind, and combining. We are always combining various data sets. It's never just one data set. You are combining all sorts of most of the time non-compatible data sources, but of course with the help of the technology we can make we can produce information out of these data sets. So this is our main goal: to use the data to produce the information for the local stakeholders in the tourism. Then we have crypto voucher, which was developed 2 years ago, and now in this let's say Corona crisis, we have seen that many countries make some incentives, you know, to encourage local population to go to the holidays within the country, and Slovenia did the same. So 200 euros were given to the all citizens of Slovenia to in kind of a voucher. Unfortunately, this was not properly done, and the impact will be questionable, I guess. But what we developed here, it's a token, it's a voucher basically, which changes the value within the time and the place. So it depends where you go, the value of this token will change. Of course, in this way, you can redirect the flows within the region, within the country, or maybe one day within the world. Personal digital passport is just our answer to the, let's say, global data protection, or global industry, which is dealing with our data, which is using our data, trading with our data without our permission. And we usually say that this is a European response to, let's say, US or Chinese way to do it. Neither one or another way is acceptable for most of Europeans, so we developed a very personalized thing which is safe for us. And again, we can have all the benefits we had with personalization of the data. And the last, it's a physical. We were lucky in one of the projects. We got financing to build a real living lab, a real tourist, let's say, village with mobile houses, etc., in a very attractive location. And we will do all sorts of experiments there. Some of them really weird, and really, I'm inviting you all to connect us and to see what we will be doing there in the living lab. It will happen next year, not this year. Good. Maybe just go on, and Urška, this is your part, I guess.
So tourist impact model, as Tommy mentioned before, is
Urška, you're frozen. So
Yes, we're waiting for Ushka to reconnect. It seems we lost the connection.
yeah.
Are we back? Sorry for this. Just throw me out. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Yes, sorry for that. The internet was okay. Here we go back. Okay, I would like to share the screen again. Okay, now I can again. Start sharing. Working now? Yes? Yeah, sorry for this. So, some technical. Okay, to impact of tourism. To bring real data in the perception of the impact of tourism and to enable this data-driven strategic thinking and planning, which is missing in tourism. As I already mentioned, built-in transparency, inclusion of local inhabitants, what is important, and we will show now the process, how we do is a supervised collecting of data, mapping of data, to get this real picture of the whole spectrum of positive and negative impacts of tourism, because we believe that tourism has a lot of positive impacts. And then, of course, the visualization of results of complex concepts and data in simple visualizations, and then recommendations how to proceed to have this competent response in all situations. This is the process. I will give now the word back to Tommy to explain you how we do and use these technologies to collect data.
Thank you, Oskar. So first of all, we are working on a micro locations. We don't believe on a statistical average. You know, you would say like half of Europe is poor, half of Europe is rich. In average, we are average. You know, this is kind of stupid for us. So we went down to the micro location, which means maybe a level of the small towns or the tourist destinations, etc. In some occasions, a big cities sometimes had to be divided in a more in a different areas to do the analysis properly. So we choose the proper geographical micro area, and then we map the data sources. We are using all sorts of data sources, and most of them are really easy accessible. And most of the data, especially in Europe, is public. The question is that we have to come to the source as soon as possible to avoid the mistakes while gathering all the data. Next, please. So you see, after we have all the data in set, we are starting with a questionnaire. This is let's say, if you see, this is a small Slovenia, and we're talking really a small location. For example, this is our local community, Nova Gorica, and even this could be divided in smaller pieces. But let's discuss about this small region, like 20,000 people, and we would like to map this location and see the positive and negative impact of tourism, and combining also with the view of the sustainable development goals.
Maybe I jump in.
Yeah,
here.
jump in, please.
Yeah, because it's like a mission impossible talking about the SDGs on local level, but as we see the development now, starting on a global level, national level, gathering data, we have learned now during the COVID crisis how important the local data are, because the more deep we go with the data, the more local they are, the more flexible our decisions can be. If you get data on the local level, then we can make decision on a local level. Maybe the lockdown is not it's not obligatory to have it for the whole country. And this is exactly what we enable with this tool, is to go to use the SDGs. So all the questionnaire, all the things that Tommy will be mentioning now are aligned with the goals and targets. So you, with the help of the data that you're gathering through team, you can then also work on the voluntary local report, as they are called right now, because they are still voluntary. And in this aspect, then collect all kinds of different qualitative and quantitative kind of data.
Great, thank you, Urška.
So if you want to show.
Yeah, we are in the previous slide, there were, you could see that there were a bunch of aspects of life, from economy to the social living, culture, etc. Collaboration is included. So we want to have the whole spectrum of the data sets, and you could see now in a blue frame that we have 5 big groups of question sets. We have 23 categories and 60 question sets, which most of them they have multiple questions. So it's kind of a really complex questionnaire. And if you go around and if you meet the local, mayors or the decision makers within a destination, and you mention that you're going to ask 1,000 questions, they will just say, sorry, we don't have time for this. So what we do, because there is no such a thing as a magic stick and say, yeah, we all get this data automatically from some data sources. We go and help these guys. So we are using the experts in the field, and they go straight to the source and get this data, not asking, clerks in the local community level, etc., what this data is. Okay, I'll explain you now. Let's just show you an example, please. This is an example of a question, very simple one, and we are following, let's say, some of the questions are questioning about the condition, condition in the whole area, and other data sets, other questions are asking what is the influence, what is the impact of the tourism on this specific question. For example, this is again the situation now. What is the number of visitors that visited? This is an impact of the tourism on safety, for example. And here you have to enter data sets, and all this data can be found at the police station. So gathering the data, it's very important, and this process within a certain destination, it takes days, sometimes even weeks. But it's a lot of work done by the expert, and of course you have to have a motivated persons on the other side within stakeholders. Important is that at the end of this process, you don't get just one result, you get the whole set of recommendations. You get PDF of 20, 30, 40 pages, it depends of how you do it, and all sorts of analysis coming out of these questions. Because what we do, again, I have to mention, we are combining data sets to provide an information. There are all sorts of formulas. Most of them are very transparent, and we explain to the destinations how we do it. What are the criteria? What is the mathematics behind it? At the end, there is a very simple and easy to use and easy to understand a graphical presentation of where your destination is, in which of these 16 possible positions your destination fits. So you see we have 4 groups, and next please. And on the y-axis, we have benefits of the tourism. On the y-axis, we have resource consumption, so kind of negative impact of tourism, positive impact of tourism. And then we will see in the next picture, we have also the color of this position, which is the third dimension. So, and this third dimension is what is the current situation, what is the general condition of the destination. Okay, so if you end up in each of these positions, you would be either a champion, exploiter, or misuser, or sleeper. You see, if you really get lots of benefits from the tourism with as low as possible of the resource consumption, you are a champion. You get most of the benefits without ruining the nature, the society, etc. Of course, we have on the other side, we have misusers, which are exploiting, ruining cultural, natural habitat, whatever, or people with very little benefits for the community. And of course, we have 2 other locations, which are exploiters and sleepers. Sleepers, of course, small input, small output, and exploiters kind of, yeah, it doesn't matter how much it costs, but we will make money, you know. So this is approximately the chart, the final chart, which you will get at the first page of the report. And of course, there will be breakdown of the whole of the each data sets and explaining how we got to this point. So at the end of the questionnaire, the result from the DEX model, maybe you are familiar with the DEX, which is decision-making, multi-attribute decision-making expert system. You are positioned somewhere in this. For example, let's imagine we ended up in this position, significant benefits and critical resource consumption, and the current state of this destination, yeah, it's yellow, so it's not really good, which would be green, and it's not bad, which is red. Okay, what we want to do, everybody would like to move to the upper right corner, right, to be a champion, so to get as much as possible from the tourism with not devastating or using a critical masses of resource consumption. So where to move, where to go next, where will be in 1 or 2 years time from now. So you have all sorts of combinations. Some of them, you see these 3 arrows, 3 vectors. It means moving into this direction is good. Moving in the yellow direction, it's, yeah, pretty much the same where we were. And we don't want to move into the red direction, because this really means that we are not, we are going down, not up. Okay, if we did it last year and we were on a yellow circle, and this year we repeated we took some measures, we developed a couple of things, we improved a couple of parameters, and this year we ended up in this green place, you see, and our projection, our let's say estimations for this year or the next year is even better. This is just estimation because we cannot predict the future very accurately, but we know if you are a local, let's say, if you are a mayor or whatever, you know what kind of measures you will take to increase the benefits because you had the nice report and you could follow these recommendations. Good. So you see, this is the real picture you will get in the first page, and a destination like this deserve a name sustainable champion. Sustainable because you will stay here. The plans, your estimations are that you are gonna stay here in the green champion, let's say, quadrant, and you are champion because you are in the upper right quadrant, right?
So maybe to add, as I start the beginning, is we have many data, complex things for destinations, a lot of work working with data. But at the end, you get the picture, you get some simple, graphics and recommendations how to move, how to proceed. So this is this data-driven strategic thinking, which enables to use the data also for people who are not used to it and still have a kind of is still gap and this fear to work with the data. So this is the purpose of this tool. What is very important, I can give also the word back to you, Tommy, is this: what does it mean, the picture that you get? It can be the real picture of the situation, or it can be again a picture like this. So like this. So why is it important to have very precise data?
Garbage in, garbage out. It's the well-known, computer saying. So if we are working with fictional data sets or all sorts of estimations, this is not good, of course. And what will be in the recommendations, a special chapter is dedicated to the data accuracy, and we show what should be improved in order to get more better data and better prediction, of course, in the future. So within most of the questions we have additional questions. It look like this, or it look similar to this. How accurate this? What is the source, frequency of the data collection, accuracy, how precise are all this management? So at the end we can see that these are the results, but this is the accuracy, so maybe they are not really accurate. Very important is to get accurate results, which you may think.
And
okay.
Again, to think maybe this year we don't have the real accurate data, but thinking about it for the plans for the next year or next few years, thinking and have it in the background that some sensors and some data collections are very important. So already this awareness raising is also a very important added value of this process of doing this questionnaire.
If I may use an example from the beginning of this presentation, Urška was showing you a well-known tourist location in Slovenia. 90% of all tourists coming to Slovenia goes to that place. That place has 10,000 local residents and around 700,000 daily visitors per year. So you see, and you saw the results. The tourist, let's say, impact on the waste management is insignificant. It's really low, because this is imagine 700,000 people, but most of the time they just stay for a day. And the data accuracy there, we were complaining about the data accuracy because the waste management company were not weighting the waste. They were just counting the containers, and either it is half full or empty. They don't care. They just count the containers. And with this simple let's say IoT thing, weighting the waste in and of course all sorts of waste, this would really improve. And the mayor said, yeah, we are going to do this because the investment is not, it's not a big one.
So
Okay,
this brings us to tourist flows.
good. Tourist flows, of course, I'll show you, this is not really fictional data sets, but it's more like restricted data sets, because we used some data sets which are really sensitive. One of these data sets, it's, I say usually garbage from the telecom operators. You know that telecom mobile operators, they keep the data which is called CDR, um, call data record. They keep this forever or for years, because this is the data which is at the end at your bill. How much calls did you make, minutes of your calls, then the
All the actions
SMS
that
data transferred, etc. All the rest is deleted, or it should be deleted every 24 hours. And this data, they have all the data where you were moving with your mobile phone. And of course, you were following this Corona crisis, where European governments wanted to set up a kind of systems to control the movement of the people. And of course, in most places, this was a really, they hit the wall of the, let's say, we don't want to be tracked. What we do here, it's completely GDPR compliant, yeah, and we are just following a statistical part, the statistics, so groups of people and not just one people moving around the country and following this. So with this, we can play with several scenarios. We can choose from the left menu, you see, and see the how, for example, German tourists or Italian tourists moved around the country, and where were the majority, where are the major tourist flows. Or you can just select the one part of the, let's say, one region. This is Alp region, which is very easy to track, because there are just two ways, a valley, Alp Valley, you see, no way to come with, this is only one road. And there were very, very interesting analyses came out. Of course, with German tourists, we figure out that most of the tourists in this valley are coming from the Adriatic Sea back to Germany, and they were stopping in the valley, because when going to the holidays, they first really hurried to the seaside. They just wanted to do something outdoor sports there. And this is a simple example how we can analyze the flows of tourists, and with a very accurate predictions, combining all sorts of data, paid on the locations, TripAdvisor, we combine, but this is fictions. If we tourism impact model and will the benefit, this is very important to understand, not red. As a country, we want to risk, and this is
the moment in these red zones change higher, so the people would have interest.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, this is a provocation of, say, prototypes, but of course the big guys like Google and TripAdvisor, MasterCard, we become so strong, or partners, that we can do it. So basically, why we are all giving the personal information around the world, leaving all this in the apps, using cookies in the web browsers, etc. Why? Because there is a lot of offer around us, and if we want to search for something, we want to have personalized offer, right? Because it's too much offer out there, and we are searching. At the end, all we get is selection of our let's say personal profile. What is important to understand, 2 years ago we were speakers in a huge conference in US, and a keynote speaker was Steve Wozniak, you may know from Apple. So what he said, that from AI, he believes only in A, so that is artificial, because the best algorithms of, I don't know, Google, it needs like 5,000 pictures of a cat to learn what the cat is, and to not to mix it with a dog. If you have a 1.5 years old kid and you show him a cat, this is a cat and this is a dog, they will never miss it again. If you have to say it 3 times, you may have problems with that kid. So, this is our true intelligence. What I wanted to say is that all these machines on the background, with all these expensive AI machines, which cost millions, hundreds of millions of euros, they can make a very limited profile of yours. And usually most of us are in these profiles like Picasso pictures, one eye, a nose like that, etc. Because they are guessing, they try to guess what my profile is. What we can do in 5 minutes, I can show it to you, but we don't have time, that you can set up your own personal profile in 5 minutes, much better that Google can do this in 5 years from your behavior. And you cannot make just one of your avatar or your profiles. You can have more profiles, all of us. When we travel for business, it's a completely different behavior, completely different what we want to get from the tourist providers than if we are traveling with family, friends, or whatever, very specialized trip. So important is that our profile is there, that the machines are preparing the personalized offer according to our profile, to our avatar, but they don't use my personal data. This is very important. I want to have all my data, all my sensitive data there hidden. I don't want that everybody's pushing me something which I don't want. So I'm acting as a white middle-aged man with certain amount of money, with certain profile, but with no name, with no mobile phone, etc. And this works really, really good, because then you control your data. You can cut the link with the service provider anytime you want, because you have this blue wall, which is anonymizer, and you are on control of your own data. And there are some other features which I will not mention now. Good.
And for the end, let's finish with stories, because we know that tourism is about stories, experiences in physical and in digital world. And the data, the strategies that we have learned now how to build bring us to decisions, and many decisions bring to the point that, okay, we don't want red zones, we want to spread tourist flows, and we want to bring them to the areas where maybe now is no a lot of offer there. This is, for example, the map of Slovenia and register immovable cultural heritage. 59% of this, we say it's our hidden gems, which are not, we don't take advantage of these gems. And the situations in other countries pretty similar, the same. What do we believe, and what we are also doing now in Slovenia with the help of the country in Founding for Destination, is we want to find these gems and use the technology and make new tourist offer off of them. To have this, the vision in the action in Slovenia is to become one of the leading countries, not only in the digitization of the cultural heritage, but the making of new tourist experiences and products out of it. Why is this important? Because we know that one job in this cultural heritage museum and so on brings many new jobs in the areas which are maybe not attractive or have no other resources. we have developed a roadmap how to do it on national level, what kind of things and aspects are important, but we don't want to bother you with them. Just to show you there are so many possibilities. And this is also about the data, because at first step is this like digitizing, sorry, cultural heritage. So the physical world bringing into digital world, and then making it interesting, because you know we are maybe still somehow, okay, now I'm in the physical world, and then now I'm digital world, and we are mixing a little bit. But the younger generation, they have a completely other way of living, of experiencing the reality. And if we want to bring our history, centuries and millennials of our history in this new reality, we have to do it now. So I believe it's on us, on our generation now, to do this step, to find the ways how to digitize and how then to bring new experiences out of these stories, which are still like locked in the physical world, and bring it through tourism in this new mixed reality. At the end, thank you very much for your attention, and you are all very welcome to join our Tourism 4.0 partnership. We have partners from all over the world, no obligations, no fees. We just want to build a community of people who want to inspire tourism with this R&D spirit, and with tourism focused on the quality of life of local community, and use the technologies for this purpose. So I would finish now the presentation. Maybe we have some questions in the, just stop sharing. Oops, sorry, I was too. Okay.
Perhaps I may ask the first question, Oscar.
Yep, sure.
So if I am a DMO somewhere in Germany or whatever, I find your model interesting. Is that, how does that work commercially? Do you do a project? What is the layout here?
Just talked to Barcelona, to Spain, for example, or yesterday we had with Black Sea partners. Depends on what somebody wants to do, because every location has specifics. But if you talk just about the assessment, is okay, the location, Tommy will explain better, is the size of the location and how many different micro locations we want to take into account. And then, yes, it's a kind of project, it's a partnership, because the collaboration with the local community is crucial in this process. But Tommy, please.
So what we would do, you know, the system is perfectly calibrated for Europe. This is okay. We still have to work on Black Sea area, which is a bit out, Middle East, Africa, etc. So it should be calibrated for outside Europe, because you have completely different parameters. But within Europe, what we would do, we would search for a proper partner within that DMO, and they will do this assessment. Okay, now at this stage, we still can go and make a 1 or 2 assessments around the world, but in the long term, we can't do it in each part of the world. What we do, we train the experts who will go there and do these assessments. And they should be local. They should know the language. They should go around, make phone calls and get to the data, etc.
Okay, we have one question. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Do you take care of that?
Yep. The question is, do you have any examples how data model results influenced the policy change or operational approach? What were the changes or new approaches taken by this destination? As Tommy mentioned before, yes, during our testing of the system we are doing in Slovenia, already the process of questionnaire was something that brought together different parts of municipality, for example, you know, departments which collect different kinds of data and usually don't cooperate, or maybe just put some report together of the end of the year, but not really thinking about how they can combine data where the data are spread around. This is one thing. And the changes, concrete changes, are also this the suggestions with small sensors. You can get data that give you a completely different pictures of the situation. So this is, for example, one of the changes. Yeah, Tommy.
Maybe I can add something. Again, with that small destination in Slovenia, imagine you have a destination with a world attraction where 1 million people or 700,000 people are visiting, each year, paying entrance fee, etc., and buying things around it. Imagine, I would say that this is a champion. This should be a champion. And after the analysis, after the tourism impact model, we got it that there are sleepers. So the positive impact on a community was very, very low. So probably, I know there were not a resource consumption, a huge resource consumption either, but also the impact on the community, number of jobs, unimportant, number of whatever investments because of that, unimportant, etc., etc. So the whole community is living and making their lives without, neglecting that part. So, and there are now lots of other experts, for DMO experts, economists, etc., because we are IT guys, came to that field, how to prepare plans to get better impact, more money, more impact in the community, So yeah, I hope it will be a lot of changes, but please have in mind that we started this spring with this. So we were preparing model for a year, and now we are on a market with this.
So maybe one question that people are asking us all the time is, where do we want to go? What is this, goal that the ideal situation is? The ideal situation is not in one step, but we say like in 5 steps is to create a system of sensoric and collection of data, and all the sources mapped, that the data come in automatic way, are collected, maybe daily, hourly, even frequently. And in this way, we can build a system together. Just, it's not about the technology, it's about the community and everyone collaborating, a system which enables us to react in situations as we were faced like some months ago. It's not about, oh, geez, what now? It's about, okay, it's a completely new situation. This is the data. If we do this, this and this and this changes. If we do, the changes are, this is what is, so playing with real data. It's something that is very powerful, would help every one of us to preserve our quality of life.
It's modeling, yeah. Modeling and doing the predictions. Good.
So I see there is no questions, so maybe we can close with this.
I would just say, for me, like any good presentation, it raises a whole lot of questions and ideas, and I think the viewers will have the same. They need to consider a bit, because this is a new way of thinking, another way of thinking, but it fits perfectly well in what we heard from Frank before. It will also fit, I assume, with some of the presentations we have later. You will be around on the Expo to answer questions, and I'm pretty sure there will be a lot of questions to be asked. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think that is a part of the future, what you're showing here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us. Yeah. Bye.
Bye. I'm very happy to welcome Patrick Richards, our next speaker. Patrick is a very, very well-connected and experienced travel leader. He looks back at a long and impressive career in leading positions in the industry in the UK and internationally. Today, Patrick focuses mainly on non-executive board work. Among other, he is a board member at ETOA, that's the German pronunciation, I guess you Brits call it ETOA, and Nordic Collective. For me, perhaps even more importantly, Patrick is an extremely helpful person, and he has been very helpful and cooperative in setting up a couple of our events on this platform. I'm very grateful for that. Thank you. Patrick has invited a very special guest, but I will leave the introduction to Patrick. So Patrick, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much, Jan. And good day to everybody from a very wet and rainy London. Yeah, firstly, thanks to Jan and the BUZZ team for giving me this opportunity. This session is titled Silver Linings and How Collaboration and Technology Can Get Us Back on Our Feet. As Jan said, my name's Patrick Richards, and I'm going to do a whistle-stop tour around a few positives and also dangers that we might take from this current moment. I'll speak for about 25 minutes, and then I'll bring in my my esteemed colleague over here, Mr. Ashish Kumar, who is a fulcrum at the center of the Indian tourism industry. And we'll shoot the breeze a little bit on a fireside chat when we'll go into a little more depth on some of these issues. So so silver linings. First, you need a cloud, yeah. And what a stormy cumulonimbus it's been. We're a 1.8 trillion industry that ground to a halt in March time. 26,000 redundancies from Lufthansa is probably only the start of it, with the OECD expecting double-digit unemployment very shortly. And certainly when government furloughs come to an end, I think we're going to transition from the first phase medical emergency of all of this into a deeper economic crisis, which could be long lasting. But storm clouds are part of the human experience. I remember in 9/11, I was in Madrid, or just after 9/11, I was in Madrid, and my wife had just given birth to our first daughter. And, you know, all sorts of dark thoughts were running through my mind as to, you know, have I done the right thing, bringing her into this world? Our plane's going to come crashing out of the sky into our hospital in Madrid. Fortunately enough, none of these were founded. And actually, I think it's a great story that there's always light at the end of a tunnel. We will recover from, we did recover from 9/11, and we will recover from COVID. Today, that little baby is an 18-year-old young woman who I'm very proud of. So, travel, it's worth fighting for. But I'm going to quote Don Marquis, who said, yes, there are silver linings, but sometimes it's difficult to get them to the mint. Yeah? And what I interpret him to mean from that is, look, we've got to fight for what we need. And I'm going to come up with a few points as to how we can do that. And really, that's going to cover three separate areas. One will be that we need enhanced industry collaboration to get where we want to get to. Secondly, that there is a unstoppable momentum now for sustainability. And thirdly, will be that the renewed adoption of technology will be critical in getting us to economic viability. So, good times probably lead to bad habits. The tourism industry has had a roller coaster over the last 50 years. 170 million people traveling in 1970, up to 1.4 billion in 2019. Yeah, so with money rolling in, there's no real incentive to change bad behaviors. But now it's a necessity. We have to be able to change, and we have to be able to innovate. We really have no choice. So pressing the reset button and innovating will be critical for us. So first of all, I want to talk a little bit about collaboration. That's my first silver lining. And the first point, I'm going to cover 6 sub-points. The first point being, we need as an industry to lobby more effectively. Our industry right now is 10.3%, or was until recently, 10.3% of global GDP, and created 1 in 7 new jobs worldwide. This should not be viewed as the fun industry, you know, and we should not be talking to junior ministers with junior portfolios. We need to up our game in lobbying and talking to government. Very, very soon, governments will be allocating major cash in rebooting this industry. And we as tourists and the tourism industry need to make sure that we are punching above our weight and making a compelling story with a coherent collective voice in order to get our fair share of that of those funds. So no longer can be the case, as governments used to joke, that you talk to 10 different tourist people and you get 11 opinions. So I know that there's been some great work done. I want to single out the work of ASTA, which I think has been outstanding in making sure that travel advisors were included in the recent CARES Relief Act in the United States. But we need to be able to go further. And I think this means getting behind our best trade associations and making sure that they have the muscle to be able to go to governments and represent us. A second point is that locals need to take back initiatives, and they're going to be taking back the initiative to control their own communities. Think of Venice, you know, which potentially is a city that's one of the world's assets and could go into a spiral of decline. Think global, act local was actually a phrase designed in the 1970s, but I think it's extremely relevant today. ITOA, who, you know, I'm a non-executive director, have done a great job in acting as a catalyst at city level. And what they've really done is be able to bring together diverse interest groups to be able to put cities on the agenda. They've also done 2 critical things, which is to bring linkages from the cities back to decision makers in Brussels, and also from the cities out to the buyers and the tour operators on source markets. This really shows and proves the power of a network, but we've got to be able to kick on. In redesigning tourism, we need to have mechanisms which will be effective across industry for the communication process. And although these need to be inclusive, they also need to be agile, and they also need to be grounded in commercialism. So I think that the DMOs, and I know there are many DMOs out there, have a really good opportunity to be able to lead this charge. But I would contend that the M in DMO is a necessity to change from destination marketing to destination management. And that change cannot be cosmetic. It has to be a real change in the DNA, in upskilling some of the upskilling skills. So the next thing I think is a localized supply lane. It really makes me wonder why in the UK we export 80% of the fish we catch, yet we import 75% of the fish we eat. Surely food should be an intrinsic part of a great tourism product. So eating local products, surely this is a great part. Now, you know, we've seen it on another level I think France recently realized that they were importing 90% of their pharmaceuticals from China. And Bruno Le Maire, their finance minister, realized that this was untenable. And I would stress that these local supply lines are an important thing in the future. Nevertheless, a couple of concerns. One, as supply tightens, that means that prices increase. And as prices increase, there's a danger that travel becomes the preserve of the wealthy. So this is something that we really need to avoid and keep travel as a democratic process. Secondly, as communities become more local, there can be a risk that there becomes suspicion of outsiders, especially in a global pandemic. And again, travel is a great opener and a great inclusive educator in the world. And this is something that we need to, any unintended consequences is something that we need to avoid at all costs. The next thing I think we need to look at as an industry is the arcane way in which cash flows around our industry. I was recently on a webinar, a consumer-facing webinar run by the Times newspaper in London. And the feedback from consumers was universally condemnatory of the failure of a lot of tourism businesses to repay refunds. Now, as insiders, we know it's more complex. It's often to do with cross-border trade and long supply lines. However, I don't think the cash-strapped consumer looks at it in the same way. And we all know of businesses that exist off cash flow where they collect their money from customers months out and pay their suppliers months after departure. This is no longer tenable. Similarly, we know internally that airlines owe tour operators and tour operators own DMCs, etc., etc. This is something that's really ripe for review, and I'm hoping actually that travel technology can play a major part in reviewing this. On a related note, I think this means that we need to have at the core of our industry financially sound businesses. Warren Buffett always makes the comment that when the tide goes out, you can see who's swimming naked. And I think this applies to us. I, for one, was quite stunned to find out at the start of this that airlines only have 2 months of cash in their reserves. So strengthening balance sheets for all of our businesses will be important. It was interesting to see how Expedia have streamlined their business, especially in the last year, and this will make them smaller and more nimble. Airbnb too, although I think Airbnb are going to struggle with the fact that they have their cost of capital is 12% interest rates, which seems that's going to hold them back quite a lot. But you can see the contrasting fortunes of businesses when, for example, in the UK budget hotel space, where Premier Inn have paid all their landlords and Travelodge have invoked something called a CVA, which means that they've withheld all their rents. So, although Travelodge undoubtedly will survive as a chain, we can certainly see that there will be others that will go under. And actually, Bernstein, the wealth manager, recently estimated that 7% of the world's hotels will go under this year. So we know that there's a positive side to this too, because every gardener knows that they sometimes have to prune the garden to be able to let young plants grow. As moribund businesses die, new businesses will grow into that space, and that will lead new innovation. Even as far as Expedia go, if they exit certain niches that they find to be unprofitable, there'll be small, hungry young companies wanting to get into that space and make it their own. And that to me is a positive thing. The other area where I think we need to collaborate, and there'll be a benefit from COVID, will be our value of human capital and our people. You know, recently I saw an interesting article which said travel advisors' jobs have changed to journey planners. And I think this recognizes the complexity that travel advisors now have to deal with. Complex border issues, health and safety protocols, complex supplier codes of practice. You know, all of these they have to know. And the fact that a lot of them have incorporated this successfully is proof positive of their value proposition. So, you know, especially if you've been hanging on the end of a call center queue for hours, or trying to negotiate with the chatbot, I think this human interaction is really valued. On top of that, if they have to incorporate technology, destination knowledge globally, and soft skills, I think it can be seen that we need to invest in our people, and quite frequently that can be online training, but definitely the industry needs to upskill itself with its people. Shout out here to Visit Portugal, which recently trained 30,000 of its staff online, or 30,000 of the industry online, which I think is great. The end goal being that, you know, we will achieve better professional recognition within the travel industry and more parity on remuneration against other industries, which I think will stand our industry in good stead. The second real area I want to go into is sustainability. My friends Paul and Andy from the Nordic Tourism Collective recently held a webinar where they asked whether sustainability would be kicked into the long grass as a result of COVID. The panel's answer was no, and I think I agree with them. And I'm going to give some observations as to why. Firstly, this will be driven by consumers. In 2019, Euromonitor ran a survey where they said that 65% of customers would make their travel choices based on a sustainable supplier. Now, if you think that might have died down with COVID, it hasn't. And Mr. and Mrs. Smith, the hotel website, recently ran another survey where they saw that the appetite for sustainable products had gone up from 10% pre-COVID to 60% post-COVID. So that momentum is growing all the time. Secondly, I think we have to look at communities. We've all seen the benefit of birdsong and 1950s levels pollution over the last few months. And to me, that's only going to accelerate the trend where communities take back control of their own living environment. The third area is governments. Most governments have signed up to binding sustainability carbon emissions targets, many of them with hard targets by 2030 and 2050. In fact, for the EU, now sustainability is one of its twin pillars of recovery, along with digitization. So, you know, they have to rise to a challenge, and actually hitting those challenges between 2008 and 2013 and 2013 and 2018, in the case of the UK government, has been relatively easy. The next set of targets becomes more difficult. For the UK, we have to improve our emissions by 30%. And that means, in my view, that governments can no longer only target the public sector and large corporations. They need to be able to go into the private sector, and they need to legislate with all the carrots and sticks that may involve. So if there's SMEs out there sitting thinking, probably any sustainability legislation won't apply to me, I would politely say that that's wrong, because governments are going to have to get into the SME sector in the future. The next sector which will cause pressure on sustainability, is investors. And this will happen for two reasons. One, that there'll be pressure from their own onward investors and governments to conform. And secondly, there are real benefits to profitability. So if you look at hotels, for an example, a hotel, 20%, up to 20% of its operational expense will be energy costs. If you carry out an energy audit, it is generally accepted that you can make savings, again, of up to 20% on those energy costs. And that's without any capital expenditure. Make capital expenditure, and then you can save another 20%. So that investment shows real ROI. Now fold into that benefits that you can subsequently get from grants, from preferential green finance. And this really makes a benefit to shareholders and investors who take this green course. Nevertheless, I do think with sustainability, we need to up our game on transparency. At the moment, there's a bewildering array of measurement systems. I'd say an alphabet soup of measurement systems, of opaque accreditation schemes and sticky plaster carbon offsetting schemes. And I think these really needs to be addressed. You know, how can consumers tell the difference between something that's authentic and a greenwashing exercise? And where we don't want to end up is where people with expensive media advisors are the only ones who can get cut through to the public. A survey by TUI found that only 1 in 10 people bought their hotel room based on a sustainable product. However, if sustainability was more transparent, this would increase to 5 out of 10, which is something quite significant. Actually, we're at ATOA, we're currently running a sustainability survey where we expect to get the results at the end of July. And if you'd like to participate in that, please feel free to reach out. The third and final area I want to go into is technology. In 1990, my old boss, David Babai at GTA, switched his attention to technology because he saw its potential. And then he made 3 predictions, 2 of which were wrong and 1 of which was spot on. The 2 that were wrong where he said, well, I think we'll be able to reduce our staff by 40%. This didn't happen. We actually increased our staff numbers. He said he thought it would take 10 to 12 weeks. Again, 18 years later, he was still immersed in technology. But where crucially he was right, he saw that the scale that this could bring to GTA's business would increase our sales by thousands of %. And actually the fact that then this came to fruition enabled him and his partners to be able to sell the business in 2005 for $1.1 billion. Unfortunately, I don't think many tourism leaders, especially at an SME level, share this feeling about technology. Often it's expensive, people get locked in. If they want to make fixes, they have to go to the back of a long software, somebody else's long software pipeline. And this leads to a problem with technology that needs to be resolved in much of our industry. And that means that some people don't have operating systems at all. Others get locked into what I would call 30% syndrome. In other words, they've adopted technology that looks after 30% of their needs, but the whole process has been so traumatic that they then give up and with any further rollout and rely on manual workarounds for future enhancements. I really think that needs to be addressed. Now, if we move on to where in the travel technology sphere this might be, clearly touchless technology is going to have an impact. and it's going to have an impact on the check-ins and check-outs at hotels, etc., etc. But actually here I want to concentrate on another area, and that is these mid and back office systems that sit in the B2B supply chain and interact between different companies. Often there is massive human duplication, checks, manual inputs, etc., especially when companies are working off systems that don't speak to each other. And I think this will really be untenable for customers going forward. I'll give you a non-travel example which might exemplify this. I recently heard that senior executives at banks receive manual updates to their manuals every week, which make up twice the volume of the complete works of Shakespeare. So there's no way that they can absorb all of this information, and consequently they don't. Now on a travel space, we may be not quite as bad, but there's certainly something that we have to address. So smart companies have really been using lockdown to enhance their technology. Accor Hotels is one. They used lockdown to implement a new property management and reservation systems in 3,000 of their European hotels in a joint venture together with Sabre. This enabled them to eliminate dozens of legacy PMSs that were sitting in their properties. And the result of this is they will operationally be more efficient. They will be more efficient as far as their data collection is concerned and their speed to market. But this doesn't only need to affect large companies, it also affects small companies. I work with a really nice business called Optimand, who bring OTA style tools to the independent hotelier. And what it does is it uses the tools used by the OTAs to give the hotelier advanced data analytics and channel marketing capabilities. And this enables them to get more direct bookings at greater conversions and save a lot of money on OTA commissions, which is great for the small hotelier. I also think that COVID is going to massively change the way that consumers use mobile. Currently, let's look at offline activities such as booking restaurants and museums as an example. In 2016, a survey was run on booking restaurants that found that 91% of people either book restaurants over the phone or in person, and only 9% booked on mobile. I would argue that with the necessity of restaurants now to collect customer data for possible track and tracing, plus museums who need advanced bookings to control flows and mandatory time-controlled bookings, the consumer can no longer just rock up. So this is going to incredibly drive the increase in mobile bookings. And of course, the risk is if you're a business that can't interface or can't use these systems, then that will be a risk for you. So the entrepreneur's dilemma is very often that the risk of adopting technology is high, but specialist knowledge is low. Look, there are certain solutions, and one of those we're looking at is interoperability. Think of it a little bit like the gas and the electricity industry, that if you flick a switch, you can flick between suppliers. And I think, you know, if we can reach that stage, we'll drive a competitive marketplace where IT costs will be lower and flexibility will be much better. You know, and if we can get systems which are talking to each other, this will drive the interconnectivity between businesses, which can only be a good thing for the system. And as Jan alluded to at the beginning, there is we have a talk at 6:15 European time on Thursday called Tech. We know we need it. Now let's remove the roadblocks. And that's with the Open Travel Alliance, ETOA, and IBM. So if you're able to tune into that, that would be great. Another area is what we're doing with the Startup Mentoring Boards. And I'm going to bring in my colleague Ashish now. The Startup Mentoring Board was set up by like-minded people to encourage young entrepreneurs and give back to young entrepreneurs on our time, free of charge, to help with the new generation coming up and drive innovation within the industry. So I'm going to bring in Ashish as of now. Ashish Kumar is a thought leader and a change agent in the area. He is co-chair of FICCI, which is India's largest trade body. He has a career of 40 years spanning leadership roles, and in the last 10 years, this has been involved in business and technology transformation. He runs a bi-weekly show called Coffee with Ashish, where he showcases conversations with CEOs around the industry. And he really is an authority both on India and on APAC in general. So we believe that he will bring a great perspective from these important and growing markets. So welcome, Ashish.
Well, thank you, Patrick, and thank you, Jan, for having me here today. Yes, indeed, it's been truly what you call a black swan moment. We've read about black swans, etc. And of course, now we've got to see one. But like you said, and like the title says, that there will be a silver lining. We'll talk more about it as we go further. But yes, you put it pretty articulately, the times of today, what they are.
Great. So I'm going to give the audience a rest from my voice at the moment and take a glass of water. And I'm going to put a question to you to start with it, Ashish. You've heard what I've been saying about technology in the tourism industry. We'll actually start with technology and then work backwards. With all of your experience, where are you seeing technology right now? And where do you see the Startup Mentoring Board as being able to foster that?
Well, Patrick, when you mentioned about UK, doing the fishing and importing the maximum, the fish that they eat, somehow I relate myself to technology in India. Because today, India has produced some of the largest technology giants globally. But if you look at the travel and tourism perspective, none of them serve the local domestic market. They will compete with the IBMs of the world overseas, but today they don't have invested into the travel technology space. And there are obviously reasons for it. But before I get into the reasons, one need to understand the total dimensions of travel and tourism, where it stands in India. India is a very old country. We all know that in terms of culture and in terms of its. But at the same time, it's a relatively new country since it became independent in 1947. So when it did, travel and tourism has not grown on the back of any policies or structural reforms or well thought out business plans in every field. It has grown on the back of necessity. So suddenly there was a necessity to do something happened. So coming back into technology, the GDS came into the industry in 1993. Predominantly till then, India was a very air-dominated industry. People didn't travel out of the country because the restrictions on foreign exchange and what you were allowed to travel were humongous. And when it opened in 2000, you've seen what it has done to India as an outbound holiday destination. Then you look at the population of India, the demographics of India. I think it's probably the only country in the world which I can, with authority, say can survive only on its own internal consumptions of domestic tourism, provided it's handled in the manner it should. And I'll come back to technology to answer that. So there's a huge capacity, huge pipeline, huge demand as far as within India travel itself is concerned, be it for corporate travel or be it for holidays or be it for events or be it for anything. Weddings even, because India do like to have lavish weddings. If you look at incoming, it's a market which has always been underserved to the capacity of the country. And perhaps the reason's been that it has been a long haul market. So people from the Western world, be it the US or be it the UK, it's a long haul destination to come to India. And as far as the neighbor countries are concerned, the cultural fit with India hasn't been so great for them, except for the Buddhist traffic and the culturally inclined traffic which has come. Things are changing. So this is where technology is coming in. So in 1993, when GDS came in with open arms to funnel the air industry. They said, here's the GDS, it's free of charge, you don't have to pay anything for it, and in fact, you'll get paid for using it. So the distribution chain across the country started believing that technology was for free. You didn't have to pay for it. And that's the kind of mindset the Indian travel industry grew upon. Till in 2002, a company known as Make My Trip suddenly decided to use the internet space. And that's where the powering of B2C, as we call it, started happening. And even when they started, let me tell you, there were a lot of sniggers around to say, oh, India's got a very poor penetration on the bandwidth. India has no computers, and it won't happen. But what's happened, you've seen what's happened. But we'll come back to what's happened. So things started happening. First of all, on the outbound holiday space, the foreign exchange laws got liberalized. More Indians wanted to travel. There was more money in the economy. The money was reaching smaller cities. Earlier, the travel was in the big 3 or 4 cities. Then they started traveling to the smaller cities outbound. Similarly, within the country, because of the internet penetration, B2C coming into the play over the next 10 years or so. But predominantly, people still started thinking that it is something you didn't have to pay for, because suddenly B2B players came in with their own technology offering and say, look, I've got the ticket coming out of it. I've got holidays. I'll give you the system free. Please take it. So that's the kind of mindset the Indian industry has always stood on. And I'm not going into suppliers like hotels, etc., because even the hotels, they thought technology meant once the guests walked into the hotel. They didn't have to do great things in terms of generating demand or creating supply chains to reach out. That was all done by the online travel industry. They created the interfaces between the hotel and the consumer, so to say. There was hardly little investment coming from the hotel. The airline was still better off because there were GDSs and Navitaires and other kind of LCC platforms, which was funneling that kind of situation. So in this thing, with the country, which could just enough take care of the internal outbound, and this thing suddenly exploded. Then comes the mobile technology. Again, there was cynicism as far as India is concerned, that who can afford even a mobile call, let alone owning the instrument. And before you realize it, today India has the longest talk time anywhere in the world. We Indians love to talk on the phone, if you take it in terms of billing per individual. And suddenly, the mobile smartphone, it's reaching the smallest town in the country. So therefore, the point here I'm trying to make is that not that there has been a blueprint of like-minded travel people and professionals who have got up together to say, okay, let's draw up a blueprint, but it has just happened. Now, what has COVID done? COVID has brought everything down to ground zero. It has neutralized everything. The hotels have been neutralized, the airlines have been neutralized, the tour operators, and so on and so forth, all the intermediaries. Suddenly, there is a wake-up call which says, hey, we need to do something about this. We need to see. And the other point in India was, I think the travel industry was working to create jobs. Yeah, the manpower wasn't so expensive as the rest of the world, including many countries in the APEC world. So, you know, rather than spending some money on technology, let me load 2 more people at the front end. They'll take care of the bookings. So why do I need technology for it? So with that kind of mindset, COVID has flattened everything. They realize people's salaries are costs to be paid. Real estate, to put these people in the offices, is a cost to be paid. So if there could be something which could be done to make technology take away all that, that's something which has to happen. So I think there is going to be, in my mind, and I talked to you today, that within 2 years, there will be a revolution of IT as far as India is concerned. India will look totally different than what you see today. That's my own prophecy as I sit here on business models, as we've been operating, because the simple reason people have now realized that there is no option. You can't keep loading human being and real estate and do everything manually in the game. So technology per nature has to come. Lastly, again, as far as technology, there is technology and there's technology. You talked about the back office technology, you talked about the mid office technology, you talked about the user interface technology. Therefore, all pipeline end to end is being scrutinized as I speak by everyone. The question is how soon and how can the universe get together to have the systems talk to each other, just as you suggested in your discourse earlier. And I think that's where we are coming from, Patrick. But one thing is for sure, that India has enough of its own domestic demand to take care of for the next few years, if only they were to get their act together. And technology is one of them. I'll just give you one more example as I speak. Try this. There are 23 million rail seats on sale every day in India.
Wow.
Railway, 23 million. That's pre-COVID. Now, of course, the trains aren't going. Out of 23 million, only 10% of them are automated. In other words, you can book online. Rest of the 90%, you can't book online. You got to line up in a queue on the railway station to be able to buy it, or you have to get some middleman to go and stand for you to be able to do it. So look at the humongous opportunity if you were to digitalize all this into one platform. Attach your hotels into the pipeline. And before you realize, you have a huge pipeline of growth.
You know, I was so interested, Ashish, to take that point on staffing in India. Lemon Tree Hotels, by his own admission, I'm sure you know the CEO.
Yeah.
By his own admission, he said, look, when COVID came along, we looked at our staff, and without making any technology improvements at all, simply by saying we have so many engineering department people in this hotel and so many in that hotel, and making some equalization, he was able to reduce his labor costs by 30%. Yes. That's before he made investments in technology. And, you know, although I think that India is probably an extreme case of that, from exactly the reasons that you're putting forward, to an extent, some of that same those same savings in labor and that investment into technology need to be made in the West as well.
Yeah, and you know, coming back to you referred about that 30% syndrome on the technology. I mean, it resonates well, but if you elaborate a bit more on that, I'll be able to add some more inputs from my own experiences as to what we see in India, because that's been one of the biggest backbreakers, so to say.
Yeah, look, even at a non-travel level, you know, I have in my network people who act as consultants for, you know, some of the biggest blue chips. By universal agreement, those guys only use their technology to 20 to 30% of its capacity, and that's just not going to be tenable anymore. And I think in travel, where because we have so many SMEs, and because, as you say, so much of this happens in a reaction to a market that was growing from 170 million travelers in 1970 to 1.4 billion in 2019. So much of this was reactive that we can't afford to react anymore. And that press the reset button is going to be really important.
Yeah. You know, the point I add here in India, and that's culturally speaking, because of the manpower I just spoke about earlier. I think traditionally travel agents want to make it known to their customers that their bookings cannot be serviced without them being present, right? So that's a culture because it's a self-importance they want to live in. And what technology started doing, it started bringing transparency to many things, be it inventory, be it pricing, be it whatever to customers. And human beings don't want to be transparent by nature when they're doing commercial transactions. I mean, that's what we noticed here. So the reason for this 30% syndrome resonates in India, not only because entrepreneurs or board level people have not been able to understand what the functional specification should be translated into a development perspective, but the users themselves make sure that they don't function well, because then it will bring a certain amount of transparency to their processes, and therefore their jobs may get eliminated, or at least their transparency on the pricing. So, you know, it's a vicious circle. That I take it, the COVID will push the board level people and the entrepreneurs to say, you know, I don't care, it just has to work. So I've always believed that the CEO has to say, I don't care how it is, it has to be implemented, it has to be implemented, now just go do it. And that will has been missing in many of the technology solutions.
But how do you, let me ask you this question, Ashish. You know, there are so many incredibly intelligent young people who have such a great grasp of technology. But, you know, old dogs like you and I also know and understand certain business wisdom from experience of crises that have happened in the past, be that in from 9/11 or back to the Gulf War in 1990, and, you know, financial crashes and all of these things that we've lived through and developed business through those. How, in your view, do you fuse that knowledge and experience that we've learned through our professional careers with all of the exciting young talent that's coming up?
You know, when you were saying that there got to be collaboration, there got to be synergies between various people, I think the biggest collaboration you will have globally today is knowledge. Knowledge is the biggest collaborator you would have. And old dogs like us, therefore, should be able to impart that knowledge into the young mindset, to be able to put their dreams, put their thoughts, put their skills into a broader perspective, which they otherwise struggle in the existing ecosystem of the travel universe to be able to find a place. Because for them to build a scale out of current crisis will take many years till they collaborate with existing people. And I think that's where our skills and knowledge, etc., should come into play, to be able to find them the right partners and the right fit to be able to work together.
You know, my brother has a great saying. He's involved in biotechnology, right. And his business is to take small, interesting bits of chemistry and really grow it, and then take it to market and getting funding, etc., etc. And he always says, you know, as I'm developing these businesses, I have to cut out so much interesting chemistry, because you have to be focused, and you really have to focus on the main technological solution that you're going to be providing. But he says, you know, once I've taken that business afloat, I then go back to the cutting room floor and take up some of those interesting bits of chemistry that we've edited out.
Right.
That forms the basis for our new business. And I think that also goes on within the travel industry. And we see some interesting technologies that are coming up that are not solving new problems. Some of them are solving old problems that we spotted back in the 1990s and the 1980s, and those perennial things that are going on. Actually, there's a really good story I would love to share, which is not my story. It's actually a story from the guy who set up Viator, who's an Australian guy called Rod Cuthbert. And they were commissioned, they won the contract from Sabre to set up this business that started to put tours and sightseeings, day tours and sightseeings online. And for about 3-4 years, they worked with various executives in Sabre, who of course loved to come down to Australia, and they went to Bondi Beach and they'd show them a great time or whatever. After 9/11, Sabre went through one of its periodic culls where it got rid of so many of its staff. And this is where I hark back to this, the opportunities to be gained from some trimming. And all of the guys who were on Rod's project team were culled from Sabre. And suddenly he had no contacts whatsoever, nobody to speak to. So he called around and finally got through to some senior vice president who said, you know, yeah, you've got through to the right guy. You know, I'm in charge of this area, but you know what? This doesn't even sit on the top 10 of our interest list. So, you know what? We're not interested. And Rod said, but you know, we spent the last 4 years working with you. You can't break this contract. And the guy said, you know what? You can have the technology. Just take it. We'll give you all over all the intellectual property rights. 10 years later, Rod and his partners sold Viator for $200 million based on that technology, which is a great story as to, one, the luck that you can get in business, but two, how the offcuttings from existing businesses can become really important businesses in their own right.
And you mentioned about travel being the preserve of rich. Let me again add a little story as far as India is concerned, and then you can clarify on that. To the policymakers, to people in power in India, the ministers, travel has always been perceived as a luxury item. It's, you know, only rich people travel. And that's anyway changing now. Till there was one man, he was captain in the army, his name was Gopinath, who set up an airline known as Air Deccan, which obviously got sold later on to Kingfisher. And he just made one statement. He says, every man can fly. And he started the first low-cost carrier in India. And that's where the whole cost and the equation of airline travel also changed in India. And today the government themselves have bid out for almost 150 airstrips and airport in India, which have not been used for some reason or the other. Either they belong to the defenses or they're used for non-commercial purposes, to develop them into the airport. So you can imagine the amount of connectivity it would provide even within this country as far as air is concerned. But yes, talking about being preserved of the rich, it's gone beyond that point as far as India is concerned, because travel has reached everywhere. And
yeah, but you don't want that. You don't want that to stop again. You know, we've seen airfares that are $60 or $70 or whatever. You know, if these airfares suddenly go up to $500, that will cut off a certain a certain income bracket from traveling, and that's not a great thing. Look, I you know, you and I both remember India when the outbound market exploded in around 99, you know, when the currency restrictions were lifted.
Yeah.
Most Indian tourism came to London or came to Europe in coach tours, 7 days, 5 countries, etc., etc. This isn't the case any longer. You know, you'll have Indians who will be, you know, hiking in Patagonia or whiskey drinking in Scotland and doing all of those experiential pieces of travel. But, you know, you have to start somewhere and you can't cut off the first-time traveler. The first-time traveler in 1998 is now the guy who, after coming to traveling the world for the last 20 years, is now going whiskey drinking in Scotland or hiking in Patagonia or climbing mountains in Australia. You know, there's a food chain here where people grow up through the ecosystem and become more sophisticated. And somehow, with price potentially cutting things off at the bottom, that could be a very bad consequence, in my view, for the tourism business, and we shouldn't let it happen.
yeah, you know, it's my own belief as far as Indian market is concerned, the bottom of the pyramid, right, will move up, which effectively means that people who have only traveled for maybe some religious purpose. Religion, of course, and faith is a big movement of people. It's one of the biggest hardships you can ever do is actually go on a religious tour, because it's a totally unorganized sector. 63% of Indians travel for the purpose of some faith or the other, right? So I believe that the low cost bottom of the pyramid will start moving up. The day that starts moving up, it may not take 2 trips a year, it may take 1 trip a year. You will be adding more and more people once the economy improves over the next 2-3 years. So you will have a much larger base of travelers than you have today. As far as the people who are already on top of the pyramid and they used to take 3 trips a year, yes, I agree with you. Probably they may take 1 every 2 years. But I think you're looking at a long haul situation. If you can ride over the next 2-3 years, I think it will be a more sustainable future. But it's important to ride over the next 2-3 years. And I don't think the airlines, I know they need to survive. I know the hotels need to survive. Everybody needs to survive. Cash flows, you mentioned already, cash is the king. The prices will go up in the short term. But I think somewhere people will have to remind that the price is directly related. Demand can only be fostered with the price equation. So somewhere will have to find money to be pumped in to keep that demand and pricing equality going. It will happen, Patrick. I'm a great believer in that.
Jan, do we have time for one more subject?
How much time do you need, Patrick?
I'm sorry?
How much time would you need?
Oh, 3 minutes.
3 minutes we got.
3 minutes, okay. So let me put one more question to you. I referenced what I called the unstoppable drive towards sustainability in tourism. How are you seeing this playing out in India?
Well, I think, like I said, the COVID will probably, it has flattened everything. And when it has flattened things, it's like, you know, if you had a heritage home, what do you do to it? If you want to renovate it, you say, okay, let me patch up this wall, let me do this, but you won't bring any structural changes to it because you wouldn't want to demolish that building. But when that building gets demolished, you have no other choice but to build it with a new foundation up. So I think as far as the Indian travel scenario and the worldwide, of course, but more so India, because like I said, India hasn't gone on the back of any, people will start now rebuilding themselves into a more sustainable future, a more progressive outlook, because they realize they don't want to be staring at another COVID 5 years from now, whenever the next one is going to be due, if at all. So I think they will look at obviously drawing something which is future-proof, more sustainable. There's already been a lot of talks. I'll just quickly say, close on the eco-tourism part of the view. India has suffered, like many other countries, with plastic bottles and things being thrown on the beaches, on the hillside, and the trash being all over, the sense of hygiene. I'm glad the government of India is playing a great role in a scheme they have, which they call Swachh Bharat, which stands for Clean India, where there is a campaign, of course, to clean your neighboring and surrounding. And I think COVID is again playing that role because you have no choice but to be more hygienic in your movement. So I think you will have a model which is more sustainable. That's fine.
I think it's a massive task wherever we go. In Europe, we have, well, we certainly had 146,000 hotels. Now, I think only 18,000 of them are major chains. So there's a long tail of small properties, you know, and most of them have not adopted any kind of sustainable practice. So, you know, I agree. It's going to be a long haul to work with what is a huge SME infrastructure to be able to drive some of these initiatives.
Yeah, painful times, Patrick, but I think out of the pain will appear better tomorrow. You know, and like old dogs, I think if guys like us can be optimistic, I'm sure the youth of the country and the world will be more optimistic.
Well, they're the 3 silver linings that I see. You know, better collaboration, better drive towards sustainability, and a renewed appetite to be able to adopt technology so we can do more with less. You know, just remains me to thank Jan for giving us the opportunity, and really to thank you, Ashish, for a really interesting conversation. Thanks so much to the both of you, and thanks so much to the listeners. If anybody wants any more information about any of the things that we've talked about, please feel free to reach out.
Thank you, Jan, and thank you, Patrick.
Patrick, you asked if you could have 3 more minutes. I could have listened to this for 60 minutes still. Very entertaining. I quote 2 old dogs, entertaining wisdom. It was really great. Thank you so much. One final remark. You said at the beginning, you mentioned Warren Buffett, and you said about financial sound businesses, and you gave the example, the airlines only have cash for 2 months. I would want to do one day a session on economics. I think we have huge economic challenges, not only in the travel industry, but globally in the industry at all. Another fund manager, not Warren Buffett, but Dalio, said 6 months ago, the capitalistic system is broken. That is perhaps a bit too much, but there are a lot of cracks which need to be repaired, and they come very apparent when we see the financial, economic challenges we are facing today. So with these words, thank you, 2 old dogs, very entertaining, a lot of wisdom. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Jan. Thanks, Ashish.
Thanks, Patrick. Take care.
Day. This will be a very short introduction. Why is that? Do we not have a celebrated and very well-known and entertaining speaker? Yes, we do. The reason for the short introduction is that you're all sitting in front of your screens, anxious to hear Doc's talk, and you don't want to hear me bubble along. So let's jump right into it. Doc, the word is yours, please.
Hey, thanks, Jan. And greetings, everyone, from Stockholm. This is, of course, the epicenter of the zombie apocalypse. Basically, nobody here is wearing masks, and basically, I haven't seen any masks on anyone since this thing started. Don't know if it's herd immunity, if that's working, or if it's the summer heat, or if everyone's drinking Donald Trump's bleach remedy, but the daily deaths are basically at zero for now. And even though I had corona myself and tested positive for antibodies, the biggest development for me since this pandemic started is that I became a YouTuber. When my teenage kids ask me something, I like to say, are you asking me as your dad, or are you asking me as a YouTuber? I try to work it into conversations when their friends are around as well. Now, maybe some of you have seen some of my videos. If not, you have some catching up to do. There's a lot of great material there. But today what I wanted to do is weave some of that together and give it some new perspective as well. So let me start this way. Think of a national park. Imagine that once the land was declared a national park, people built some hotels and restaurants near the entry, and the only support organization that the park handled was for marketing, and they created a visitor center. There were no park rangers, no biologists checking to make sure that the plants and the animals were being protected. No one was responsible for building or maintaining hiking trails. No one collected money for the entry to the park. Basically, it was a giant free-for-all Wild West setup. Now imagine another national park just an hour away. They collected entry fees. They even allowed online booking so you can drive straight in. They monitor and protect the nature and the wildlife. They build and maintain beautiful trails. There's plenty of nice toilets and garbage cans everywhere. Plus the rangers are around to enforce the regulations. There are strict guidelines where hotels and restaurants can be built, and they need to keep a low profile so they blend in with the nature in a very tasteful way. So my question is, which park is going to earn the most money in the short term and in the long term? It's pretty obvious, right? I mean, when we create a national park, we're basically saying this is a special place worth protecting and worth visiting. When we create a destination, we just say, hey, come and visit. We do almost nothing to protect the experience. You know, we need stewards to protect the destination for generations to come. If it's worth protecting, or sorry, if it's worth creating, it's worth protecting. There are many of you out there who work in hotels, resorts, tours, airlines, museums, and you would be correct if you're thinking, hey, we protect our experience. And you do. You have exactly the right thinking when visitors are with you. But now we have to extend that same smart thinking beyond your front door. Imagine a city with 100 amazing museums, but no toilets and no place to eat. Like, it doesn't work. It all has to hold together. When a visitor comes, their experience is from when they get off the plane or out of the car until they get back on it or in it. That includes everything. I mean, and there's a lot of when they're outside that hotel and the restaurant that happens to them. If it doesn't work, if that level drops from the 9 or 10 out of 10 when they're inside your establishment to a 2 or 3 when they're in the city, that's no good. That's a fail. In fact, if the quality of the city is really high in terms of its offer to visitors, the service, if there's no overcrowding, then the hotels and restaurants and tours can all charge more. Now, Iceland passed their Individual Transferable Quota Fisheries Act in 1990. And by imposing quotas, the amount of total fish they can catch, and reducing it, they made fishing not only sustainable, but they all made more money doing it. In other words, less is more. Same with the Apple Store. If you've ever been inside an Apple Store, you'll notice there's plenty of space. They don't jam it full of products. Yet the Apple Store is consistently the most sales per square meter of any retailer. Less is more. Another way of looking at it is saying they found their sweet spot, right? So if we only use marketing and only rewarding the metric of more visitors, it's impossible to ever hit that sweet spot. We're going to just zip right past it. And that's exactly what's happened. Now, if you want to get someplace in your car, you can't just use the gas pedal. You need to pump the brakes every now and then as well. And by slowing down at the right time, you can protect yourself and get where you want to go faster. Even traffic lights, I mean, stopping traffic on purpose and regulating it helps traffic go faster and helps people get where they want to go faster. Even though no one likes to stop at traffic lights and it feels like a total waste of time while you're sitting there stopped in traffic, you're going to get where you want to go quicker. Now, from a tourism perspective, everyone wins in the long run if we hit the brakes with some smart regulation. The problem is we don't have any brakes. To build brakes, we need a new budget, which means we need politicians to get involved and learn about this and put some money aside for it. If they do, they will earn more money from tourism and preserve their tourist offer for many, many more years in the future. But if politicians aren't involved, who's going to tell them? The DMO? They're trying to, grow their own budget or keep it alive. Plus, they're getting maybe a bonus or keeping their jobs if they grow visitor numbers. Why on earth would they march into the politician's office and ask for an entirely new organization that's going to push against them and limit visitors? Again, why would they fight for a new organization to limit visitors when their whole job is to bring in more visitors? So one of the first things we need to do is redefine success. It can't just be more visitors. Even from a financial standpoint alone, many places are seeing their visitor numbers increase, but the total revenue or the tourism percentage of GDP is dropping. I think we need to redefine success in such a way that DMOs will actually want to push for this new management organization because they'll benefit from it. So we could redefine success in tourism in a number of ways. Here's one. What if we start really protecting the key assets of a destination? The reefs, the beaches, the nature, the water, the beautiful architectural buildings everyone's getting their photos taken in front of. This is often what attracts the visitor. So let's protect these things and really make them shine. 2, let's maximize the local economic benefit. So in many places, tourists outnumber locals in peak season. That means they are using the lion's share of water and electricity, and also filling up landfills and sewage treatment facilities and requiring more street cleaning. That means there are serious costs with tourism that are not getting factored into the equation. You can't really tell the value of a visitor if we don't look at total profit. So if we put economic impact first, that can help with some key decision making. If, let's say, roughly 16% of revenue from international hotel chains goes to their corporate headquarters and never even enters your destination, maybe we should consider a different tax rate for them, considering locally owned hotels. If 12% of revenue from Airbnb goes to the Airbnb company and the rest stays in the local economy, if it's a local owner, that's one thing. If it's a foreign owned property, 0% stays in the local economy. If we're prioritizing local economic impact, then maybe locals who rent their properties should be getting taxed at a much lower rate than foreigners, or else no money stays from that entire experience. Number 3, it's got to work for locals. If you want to use tourism to lift the quality of life, you don't want to be dragging it down. And that's exactly what's happening. What's the point of living in these amazing cities around the world if locals can't even get into their own museums or best cafes or restaurants and have tourists marching around outside their homes taking photos? It's annoying, it's frustrating, and almost none of us would want to put up with tour buses parked outside our homes every day. 4, and the last point, we need to keep the quality high. And that means developing new experience, which gives people a reason to return, and keeping the service level high. Most destinations do little or nothing to lift the service of the entire destination. It's not really part of their mandate. In fact, it's not part of their mandate at all. And for most, because there's no Department of New Development, they're basically saying, hey, we have the same stuff we've had for 30 years, but please come back. Destinations need to start thinking like a theme park. A theme park would never, ever allow in 200,000 people at once. They know how many they can handle. They know if they need more toilets, or if they know if they need more ticket booths or more restaurants. They monitor the queuing. They train their employees for service. They add new rides every year or two. They give people a reason to return. They don't just market a reason to return, they give people a reason to return. And theme parks could never do this if they only had a marketing department. Apple wouldn't sell many products if they only had a marketing department. This isn't rocket science. We need to get the right politicians on board and get a management organization started. And I don't think it works so well to have a marketing department that also just says, oh, now we're also doing management, to become a DMMO. To work properly, it needs to have a firewall, like church and state, or advertising and editorial. There needs to be a healthy balance of power between these organizations. Barcelona has this. Their tourism management office is on the other side of town from their tourism marketing office. Because you can't expect the same people who are getting, say, a bonus to bring in more visitors also be trying to stop visitors from coming. There has to be this kind of natural pushback. And once you have some limits, once you figure out how many visitors the destination can hold, and that's not just the entire destination, but a carrying capacity in different parts of the destination as well, then everything else starts to fall into place. Because this means overall carrying capacity to enforce these limitations, there are all sorts of tools that are now at your disposal. You can get a better digitalization experience to sell the destination. You can add more perks without them getting overused or overcrowded. For example, let's say you decide to put in free lockers or free leg massagers or free, they have these little cabins you can get into that blow dry you if you're in a destination that gets a lot of rain. Excuse me. All sorts of things that you can do, but they don't work if they immediately get overcrowded. So you can also monitor movement, visitors, the behavior of visitors. And if it's run by the city in a secure way that protects the anonymity and doesn't just hand it over to a company with corporate interests, then you can use the data to make improvements, live time incentives to spread out visitors and make the entire destination more convenient so that there's no waiting for anything. All attractions will be booked like restaurants with a timed reservation. You book a specific time and you walk right in. People pay in advance for these things. If they can connect it to their room key, for example, which is not technically difficult, it doesn't even feel like spending. That's why casinos make you change your money to chips and that hotels let you sign your drinks to your room. It encourages more spending. Another part of the puzzle is a new way of looking at how we handle accommodation. The hotel model has high fixed costs, but a lot of peaks and valleys throughout the year. And the short-term rental market has grown explosively. It's organic, it can handle the peaks and valleys well, but it could use some smart regulation. What about a smart solution for putting these things together, finally? In fact, let me just show you with a quick screen share. Can we go to screen share here? You guys ready for that? All right. So this is the rough graph of what the tourist season looks like for the last couple of years. The red line is what it was last year. You can see there's a lot of peaks and valleys. And if you're a hotel, it's tricky, right? So it's sort of like this. Let me go here. So the hotels, let's say, occupy roughly this amount of the occupancy, and then roughly the short-term rentals like Airbnb kind of follow this curve. And this is the current model, how we're doing things. But if we look at this shape, what if we slice this up in a smarter way? If we say, okay, we have a funky shape, we have some people with different needs. What if we say to the hotels, instead of building for the peak season, create enough occupancy for roughly the lower chunk of the season? That way you can handle, you'll be at 89 to 99% occupancy throughout the entire year. You can plan your staffing, your food, and you have all these fixed costs. And this model suits hotels much better. And then you have the short-term rental market, which can open and close apartments easily as are needed. They can adjust easily and absorb these peaks and valleys in a great way. So hotels benefit and they get huge occupancy rates. And the short-term rentals get perhaps more total rentals throughout the year, but they have to open and close and they have to allow themselves to be regulated. It seems like a win-win for both industries. Let me just go back to the stop sharing here. We good? Can you guys hear me? All right, so we're good. Yeah, so in terms of how we look at this whole thing, if we can just come at each step of this with a new direction, that means you need specially trained people, retrained people, and the willingness to sort of understand that when we emerge from this COVID fiasco, that we've actually learned something from the experience. We're just not going to keep applying the exact same thinking that we've been doing all along. We use this downtime well. We understand some of these basics. I hope the stuff that I'm saying here sounds completely like common sense, because that's what it's meant to be. And so what I really want to sort of end by saying is that, you know, in creating a smart and connected destination with a caring capacity, this is the future of travel. I know we have self-driving cars, and I know we have the Hyperloop and all these things that are a little bit sexier, but I think the real future of travel is management. It's more sustainable, it's more profitable, it's better for the visitors, it's better for the locals, and the only question for destinations is, what are you waiting for? And the trick of this whole thing is to provide a win-win-win-win so that the hotels understand this, that they want to get on board, that the tours, that the museums, that the DMO all find a win in this. And I think the very first step in heading down that path is redefining what success means. As long as we cling to more heads in beds, or as long as we cling to more visitors, we're going to continue down this horrible path. So it's really a readjustment of our thinking. Profit, sustainability, local life quality. These are the things that need to be at the core of our decision making, which means we need to start rewriting the master plans for all destinations with this in mind. Because only when we sort of readjust the direction of this slow moving ship are we actually going to get where we want to go. I think we can all agree the same tactics that got us where we are today are definitely not going to take us where we need to be. I know I've been getting a lot of questions as I've been doing these videos, and Jan, I would like you to sort of see if you can chime in, and I wanted to sort of extend on a number of these issues, but I wanted to see if there were any questions already, or if you had a few based on the previous talks that have just occurred before me and throughout the day.
No, I'm fine. I think you should just continue. We have no external questions. People are probably just so fascinated.
Okay. Is there anything that you thought that was want me to touch on a little bit more?
I think it is a discussion which we will have probably in a lot of industries. There's a big scandal in Germany now. When I read the papers, they have the scandal in the meat industry. And it's exactly the same: cheap products, a lot of products, and cheap production, and it's produced in an awful way. And that is a lot of the same you're saying in the tourism business. We need to redefine what is profitability. That's probably the same issue, right?
That's a great point. It's also something that's happened with fast fashion, in that we're designing all these clothes that in relative terms cost almost nothing. They cost almost nothing. I'm getting a bad echo. 1 second, I'm drawing on my volume. They cost almost nothing. And so there are all these costs to the environment, to the shipping costs, the pollution that we're doing with these clothing issues. And we need to get people to just buy less clothing in general. And the exact same thing you're saying about the meat, Jan. So it's a great point. And often, if I remember from my history course, often the same themes extend throughout the entire culture with all sorts of different aspects. We knew that art and music and truth were all relative to that period. And I think we're seeing the same sort of thing here, where we're seeing this less is more theme kind of continuing throughout the all these different industries. And we need to start focusing on that in tourism as well. And I think management has become the Wild West. Go ahead, Jan.
I'm laughing because I wrote a blog celebrating the birthday of America in a couple of days. And I had one point saying that the US, great country, but they have a lot of questions where they need to perhaps rethink. One issue is they complain about the trade balance. But when you go to a store, these are packed with cheap stuff in a way you don't see anywhere else. So can cheap stuff be produced in America? No. Answer: China, Pakistan, India, and so forth. So the question which the Americans are discussing a lot, reducing trade imbalances, is actually a question about redefining what are you buying. And that's basically just your discussion again, taking a bit further, right?
Yeah, was there anything I mentioned today that didn't seem to quite make sense that way, or did everything you feel hold together from that same respect?
Perfectly fine. It makes
I always
sense.
think it's more fun when a dialogue, so I wanted to just sort of pick your brain a little bit as well. As I started to try to map out what of the stuff I wanted to say, one of the other aspects in terms of management that's not been included in part of the conversation is getting tourists to behave better. So there are all these techniques. What we've done, if you've ever been in any tourist attraction or tourist destination, is you see signs saying, don't take your pictures here, don't eat here, no ice cream there, no shorts inside the church, all these signs that go up telling tourists what we're supposed to do. And there aren't many tourist police around to enforce it, for starters. But they're not terribly effective. You see people eating ice cream right next to the do not eat ice cream signs. And they've now employed some police on the Spanish Steps in Rome to get people to, not these days, but before the pandemic, so that people wouldn't be sitting on the steps. But I think a new line of nudging has occurred, where we can actually have interesting proactive ways to get people to be part of the solution. The island of Palau, of course, did their famous thing where they put a stamp in your passport and ask you to sign a pledge that you will participate in keeping the island pure and clean and doing your part to be sustainable. And so sort of in getting tourists to act better, you can then have more tourists or the same amount of tourists in the same spot without it feeling like such a big burden on the local community. So if we want to start bringing in more visitors or even maintaining the same number of visitors that we have, we need to start thinking this way, that we need to get them to behave better. That means having more people take pledges. That means using some of that great time when people are locked in their seats as they're about to land to show an informational video. We all know how to put on seatbelts, but what we really need to know is how to act properly, to not buy antiquities when we shouldn't be in a place, to not step on coral when we're going to a place that's near the sea. All these things, to use the right suntan lotion so it's not disturbing the sea. All these behaviors that need to be part of kind of a management solution. And the marketing people, they don't want to have to be the bad guy. No one wants to be the bad guy. So we need an entire organization that's kind of, to some extent, like the police, that does all the dirty work that nobody else wants to do. They do these tough management decisions, they figure out the carrying capacity, and they figure out how to enforce some of this stuff, even if it's by nudging or actually having people out there, even if it means having underwater reef wardens patrolling to make sure people aren't stepping on the reef. They need to have some way to make sure that they become the stewards of these destinations so that they have some place to market in the next 20, 30, 50, 100 years. Because the rate we're going now, there may not be a lot left in some of these destinations.
If you want me to pop in, I mean, that's a very valid point, but that's a very, very difficult one. I've lived many years in Berlin, and if you come to Berlin on a Thursday or a Friday, they land in Schönefeld full of people just getting there to drink because it costs half what it costs in the UK. That will be a very tough one, Doug. Yeah.
The other part of the thing is figuring out who you want, and different types of visitors have different impacts on the destination. So let's compare FIT with tour groups for just a moment. We all are familiar with well, I think most of us in the Northern Hemisphere at least are familiar with sort of the wind chill factor. When the wind's blowing, it always felt a bit colder. And then some scientists actually proved it. They found a bag of water hanging in the wind actually froze quicker than when it wasn't in the wind. And they were able to create a mathematical formula that included the wind chill. We were able to do something similar with Olympic diving, where we didn't, otherwise everyone would be doing the same swan dive off the board and getting an easy score for that. So that's why we have this level of difficulty rating, so that they're encouraged to try lots of flips and twists and so forth. We need to apply some kind of a formula like that to tour groups versus FIT. Because when people are in a tour group, they feel, the same number of people feel like they take up more space than the same number of FIT people spread over a couple hundred meters walking around on their own. If a tour group with 30 people shows up at once to any restaurant, there's an instant queue of 30 people. If they show up with FIT people over a period of 10 or 15 minutes when they walk into the same restaurant, they all get seated. Most places outside of like cruise ships and theme parks can't handle these groups that just poof, can walk right in like that. It creates obstacles. If 30 people following a tour group leader stop on the sidewalk to listen to the instructions and the historical lesson from that area, they immediately block the entire sidewalk and people have to walk in the street to get around them. They look like tourists. Anyone from 100 meters away can say those are tourists. When it's FIT, some of them look like tourists, but some of them don't. They look like they could be locals, and you don't know, and they has a lower impact. So as we start figuring out carrying capacity, and during peak seasons, if you can, for example, fill up the city with FIT and you don't need the tour groups, you can start charging enough to either drop off or park for tour bus, keep them pushed aside so that hotels are happy because they're full, restaurants are happy, they're full, and they're filled with FIT who are usually spending more. And we need to start making these kind of decisions. And again, these are bad guy decisions, like the bad parent that no one wants to be. This is why you want a separate management office that's handling this stuff. What do you think about that? Does that make sense?
A lot of sense.
Why do you think we don't see it already?
I mean, that's the discussion. The audience doesn't know, but we had an email exchange with some other guys, and what it all boiled down to is we all know what should be done. We just don't implement it. And why don't we implement it? That's because it's damn difficult. It needs to, in order to do that, there's a lot of work to be done. And there's a lot of change in the way we think, which will need to take place.
What would be great is if we could have a conference full of politicians who really care about tourism. Because I think if we can get this to the right ears, we can actually initiate the change that's needed to make this stuff happen. Again, that's why I was sort of using a bit of my presentation to say that when it's just going to the DMO, why would they even bother to take it further? There's no incentive for them to do that. I'm always looking this way, by the way, because you're on my monitor over here. So that explains that. I'm not just trying to show off my profile. What do you think about that? I mean, does that seem to be the bigger issue, that we need to bring more politicians into BUZZ.travel?
I don't know if we need to bring politicians. We need to bring decision makers. I don't know. I'm a bit skeptical about politicians.
Aren't the decision makers politicians?
Yeah, you might be right.
I had a recent phone call with in Hawaii. Yeah. We did a setup phone call, and they had a lot of politicians that were part of this discussion. And I thought that was great. And sometimes I go to conferences where there are quite a large number of politicians, and they always wish there were more. It seems like we need a groundswell of understanding and support for some of these basic changes.
And let's agree, we try to make up a conference with decision makers, and we see to how we want to define decision makers. And we make such a thing here in 3 months' time and see if we can get something in the mindset of people change.
That would be fantastic.
A lot of people, putting this conference together had been a personal great experience, because I have come to know a lot of people which think in these directions, want to change something, set up a lot of things, change it. So from the platform, there will be a lot of interesting people to support such an initiative. So let's talk about it.
We got a question that came in here from Kate Kenward. If you police the attractions, would that take away from the attraction of travel or O-travel? You know, to get away from our everyday life and go to these restrictions. Basically, no one likes a bunch of restrictions or police hanging around. Do you really want that on your holiday? How do we figure out a smart way to police that? If I understand the question right, is that how you understand it?
That's the way I read it, right?
All right, I guess I would say like this: if you do it in a clever enough way, you don't need hardly any police. And when they do walk up, it's done in a very kind of tasteful way. They're not wearing riot gear. They're politely, they've been trained in service. It's similar kind of police or security guard you would run into in Disney. If you throw something on the trash on the floor, they're not going to hit you over the head with a baton. They might ask you to do something. It depends on what the offense is. But the other thing is, let's say we're talking about something major, like getting people to rethink about the sunscreen. Maybe they already bought $50 worth of expensive sunscreen, and they're going to a fly and flop holiday. So if they're going someplace that has instituted a new rule that they only want eco-friendly suntan lotion, how do you police that? And I think that's a really interesting one, because it's multi-step. So first you want to email them in advance when they book their ticket, tell them about this and why they're doing it, give them a reminder the day before the flight, and let them know that they're actually going to be taking they're going to be checking for this stuff and taking it away at the airport, but then maybe giving a credit. So then when they check in, you can remind them then during check-in with the gate agent. During the flight, there's an in-flight video explaining why they're doing this policy, and that when they land, their luggage is going to go through a detector, and they're going to see if there's any kind of creams or liquids, and they're going to check for them. And if they're not eco-friendly, they're going to take them away. And depending on how much they've taken away, they'll give them some credit to buy some local eco-friendly lotion. And then when they get to the hotel, they've signed a pledge saying that they're going to only use eco-friendly lotion. And at that point, you can't really have police walking around checking on the beach if people are putting on the right sunscreen, but you've taken enough steps up until that point to try to enforce it. So it depends on the issue.
Another answer to that, Doc. If you take away attraction of traveling, yes, you do that. But if you don't do policing, you take attraction away because you ruin the destinations anyway.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, you can choose, you have to die one way or another, right?
Yeah. It's the sort of same with having the parking meter maids in the US, you know, or people checking, the police doing speed checks. No one likes to get pulled over and given a speeding ticket. No one likes to get a parking ticket. But if no one ever checked this stuff, there'd be the Wild West of parking in every city. We need to have some kind of authority monitoring this so that it keeps order to the whole thing.
Agree.
It's a good question, though. Have any more? Do you have any more?
There's no more questions here right now.
All right. Anything in particular? I mean, you've seen a lot of my videos I've been putting up this summer. Is there anything in particular you want me to touch on?
I mean, destination management in general, as you say, is the hot thing. This policing is an interesting issue, but I don't think that is the real issue. As I said, you have police in a society anyway, one way or another.
Yeah. Also how you sell it, like Xavier Font, this professor who I was speaking to when I was doing that story, was telling me how one of the more effective ways to reach out to people, for example, the example he had was not to litter in the forest. And they made all the signs for kids. It's like, hey, don't upset the nasty trolls. Make sure you don't throw any of your garbage on the floor of the beautiful forest. And they put it at children's height, because then the kids would remind the parents to behave. And nothing gets the parents to behave better than the kids reminding them to behave properly. So there's all sorts of little tips and tricks that you can do to get people to comply better than just putting up a normal sign.
There's a new science last 10 years developed, behavioral economics. Very interesting to get people to react just not to financial incentives, but to such short things as that.
And I think that's exactly what we're trying to aim for. We're trying to figure out with each step of management that we got to slice this up into a number of different quadrants. So we're looking at, and this is something that there's a town on the west coast of Florida that's doing this, in Sanibel Island, that they have someone, I think her name is Nicole King, who is a full-time service instructor. So she puts on classes every morning, every evening. I think there's 7 or 8 classes in this module, teaching everyone from mini golf to restaurants, hotels, how to give better service. And so permanently trying to lift the service of the entire destination. So you have someone doing that. You have someone working on compliance. You have someone helping with public-private partnerships to get new attractions to keep this destination constantly reinventing itself. And then you've got the management side of stuff with carrying capacity. And then you have once you have that set up, you can also be doing this electronic ticketing. So one of the examples I gave, and we have the technology for this, it'd be so cool to do, is that you could take your room key, which can also be on your mobile phone, which could also be an arm wristband, depending if it's a kid or if you're active, whatever you want to have. And that key to your room could also be the key to your city. You could connect it to the credit card when you're checking your hotel. So now you don't have to go to the complicated subway machine in London or wherever. You just tap your bracelet. And what you can do, and then it's just pay as you go. Or you can have a plan. If they say, well, if you're going to go to more than 2 museums while you're here or ride mass transit more than twice, you may as well pay $12 and get this upgraded plan, which includes access to some really nice, clean toilets that are around the city, which includes these cell phone chargers, which includes some lockers in the train station. So you've got all these perks that you could have around the city that lifts the visitor experience. and it's all connected. And then you can also sort of get the data from it, which is why I think a city needs to keep control of this. In the same way a city shouldn't hand over their water supply or their electrical grid to Google, they should also keep control of it, of this valuable data, and protect everyone's identity, because they'll be able to see when everyone goes to the bathroom and uses a locker and uses a cell phone charger. And they might want to use that data anonymously to offer improvements, but in the wrong hands, that's really creepy Big Brother stuff. I know there already is a lot of creepy Big Brother stuff out there, but I don't know that we need to contribute more to it. But it would be great to turn that key to your room into the key to the city. And we have the technology to do it. Disney, in fact, spent about $1 billion doing just that with their magic bands. If they'd waited about 5 or 10 years, we could have connected the whole thing for a small fraction of that price, which cities can now also do.
Doug, you asked me questions I think would be interesting. We spoke about this implementation. You said one thing would be to make a conference. That, of course, only a small step. What else do we need to do? I mean, there are two sides to the equation. There's the demand side and there's the supply side. Why do people buy cheap meat in Germany? Is that because they offer cheap meat or because they want to save? And that's basically the same with tourism. There are two handles to this, aren't there?
Right. So there's, I guess the easiest way to look at it is best practice. If there's a destination that gets out in front and does all this stuff and shows that it's a huge success, then other people would look at that and say, we need to do that, copy it, and move forward. I think is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but they will need to prove it by making more money for the local tourist companies, right?
And what I've seen looking around is that there's not any single destination that's doing all of this, but there are a number of destinations that are doing little pieces of it. I mean, I think one of the earliest ever was the model of Bhutan. And this goes back 30 years. They said 5,000 people a year, that's our limit. And they were charging them around $200 a day to be there. Now that $200 a day was actually a base amount that was set towards their food and their hotel and their guide. So you didn't have to pay any more than that $200 a day. Although now that they have, Six Senses hotels and all these, $1,000 a night hotels. So in addition to that $200 a day minimum that's applied toward those things, you pay a supplement if you want to upgrade. So they figured out a way to make more money. And also the other thing interesting with Bhutan, they haven't had that limit for like 25 years. It's unlimited numbers of people that could show up today. And many or even most of the people who show up in Bhutan think there's still a limit and that they were lucky to get in. So that they think it was hugely successful to have that limit. Even though they don't do it anymore, they think it was a huge success. And very few people have dared to copy it. You know what's interesting as well is if you look, Jan, if you were to come over to Stockholm, I don't know how things are where you are. If you were to come out to Stockholm here and we were to go out on a Friday or Saturday night, you and I, and it's 10 o'clock at night, and we see that there's no line to get into a popular nightclub. And we go up right to the front, there's a bouncer with a clipboard who looks tough with the tattoos and earpiece. We say we'd like to go in, and he says, you're gonna have to wait. And we're like, come on, man, we know there's nobody inside. He goes, no, you gotta wait. And we're gonna wait there, and as we're waiting there, a bunch of people start queuing up behind us, and there's some really nice looking people behind us. And we're like, okay, and we're waiting, and we're like, can we please go in? We're freezing. This is Stockholm. And finally he goes, okay, after 15, 20 minutes, he lets us in. And when we get in, we're like, just like we thought, there's nobody here. But because we've already invested 15 or 20 minutes standing and freezing outside, and because we know there's a queue of people behind who are all waiting to get in, and some of them are pretty cute, we might stay at the bar and have a beer and just wait for these people to fill up and the reason they do that is because they tried the other way. They tried that method where they just let us in when we showed up, and we walked in, said, this sucks, there's no one here, and we walked right out. So they have like what the equivalent of a tourist season every single night, where they could experiment by letting us in or not letting us in, playing hard to get, all that kind of stuff. And they found that what was most effective. And with a destination, they're afraid of risking the entire season. And with so many stakeholders, they want to play it safe. But by playing it safe, they're actually doing it wrong. Yeah. And letting too many people in. And that's, I think, what's happening.
It's two of the principles. Scarcity, if something is scarce, people want to have it, right? We can't get in when we want to get in. That's basically the same with Bhutan. We only have a limited number and it costs so much, then everybody want to have it. And social proof, if you see there's a huge line behind us, everybody want to do it then.
Yeah. And they've actually, at bigger theme parks with higher technology and better forecasting, they try to do it, I've been told by insiders, they try to engineer it so that when you walk up to the dates of, say, you know, Universal or Disney, you don't go straight in. It takes 5 or 10 minutes they don't want you to wait for long, but they know that by waiting, it gives you a little anticipation and makes you feel a little extra lucky that you got in the door, that you didn't just waltz straight in. That felt almost too easy. So they like it when there's like an engineered supply demand issue, and it's not always easy to adjust it to the minute, but that's kind of what they're aiming for. And I think the interesting combination for spending, and you probably realize this as well. So let's say that you're going to, let's pick a place, MoMA in New York, and you've booked a time, because let's say they have time ticketed entry, you book a time and it's at 11. And while you're booking that online slot, it says, hey, our average visit is 90 minutes. It looks like you'll be with us during lunch. If you buy a lunch coupon for $15, you're getting 20% off. And by buying that in advance, two things happen. One, the kitchen can order in advance and be smarter with their orders. Two, because you already paid your entrance fee and because you've already paid for your meal, and if we're talking about a family of 5, that's a lot of money. By the time you get to the gift shop and your kid says, hey, Dad, I want a $60 artsy umbrella, you're more likely to reach for your wallet because you haven't just shelled out $150 for entry and a lunch. Yeah. And so there are ways to increase spending by doing things more in advance, by disconnecting it from the actual, transfer of funds, especially on that day. And by being smart about it this way, destinations can get a lot more money. And you know who's really good at this? Charter airplanes. If you've ever taken a charter flight to a vacation destination, their typical thing that they do is when you're buying your ticket, they have all these little extra add-ons. The ticket looks really cheap, and then they go, do you want early extras on the airplane? Do you want your baggage to come out first? Do you want to sit by a window or have more leg room? And then the other thing they do is they sell you a meal, and they'll say the meal is $15, but they don't sell you a drink in advance because they know that you're going to have to buy the drink on the plane. And they know that fewer people will buy the meal if they include the drink and make it more expensive. So by dividing it up in a clever way, you can use smart pricing practices and using shoppers' habits. And I don't know if it's sneaky, but you can be smart about it.
I was thinking kind of sneaky. You mentioned Barcelona before, right?
Yeah.
You said they have divided management and marketing into. But Barcelona is, to my view, a very tourist crowded destination.
Yes,
anything wrong?
Yeah, so they've had some issues that are out of their control. So they put a moratorium on new hotel buildings some years ago, but even the subway extends outside the city limits. So for most visitors, they would just look at the map, a Google map, and they'd book a hotel that was technically outside the city center, where they had put a ban on hotels because they were putting new hotels just outside the city center, which were still part of the same subway or same bus lines. So it was only 10 or 15 minutes to get to the city center. For them, it was like pushing water uphill or herding cats, or whichever analogy you want to use. Every time, and they had no control. It's a national cruise terminal. So they couldn't control and regulate the number of cruise ships that came in or the number of buses that came in on the highways. So the number of controls that they had as just a city were actually quite limited. And that was a big part of their problem. Another part of their problem is illegal rentals on Airbnb. So part of a big chunk of their management office, they have a huge team of people that are patrolling Airbnb and the other short-term rental sites every day, looking for violators, people who are renting without their license. And then they try to fine these people like 80,000 euros. That's like, trying to get water out of a stone. It's supposed to be a big deterrent, but it's not easy to get people to pay it. And so that's part of the problem. And then you need this expensive team of people that's constantly patrolling and trying to get them thrown off the site. What's needed is a better registration system, so that doesn't even happen. If every city had its own short-term rental registration, we could alleviate all that for every city instantly. The problem is you can't have every city with their own registration software solution because it needs to integrate with all the short-term rentals. Airbnb is not going to integrate with 3,000 different small registration systems. You need one global one. And actually, I've been speaking with a number of the organizations involved in putting something like that together. So fingers crossed, maybe we can make something like that work.
So what would the 5 steps be to implement? I mean, step 1 is we make a conference. Sure, understood.
Yeah.
But what are the steps if we try to get into the dirty stuff and get moving? What would you recommend?
I think the first step, as I was outlining, is just sort of redefining what success is. Because if we keep it as heads and beds, if we keep it as total visitors, then there's no reason for the DMO to push for this new organization. If we define it as local profit, if we define it as sustainability and protecting the key assets and increasing the life quality, or increasing the visitor experience and the local quality of life, if we've redefined that, now it's not a conflict of interest for the DMO to push for this new organization. As it stands now, it's a total conflict of interest because this new organization is going to try to maybe prevent the total number of visitors. Whereas if they redefine it, there'll be an alignment. So I think that's actually one of the first steps. And then, because it would be really nice to have the DMO march this into the politician's office and say, we want a new organization to do some of this dirty work because we don't want to get our hands dirty telling people what they can't do. We want to keep focused on marketing and what we do well. And we need a new organization with a special skill set that's doing this other stuff, that's working on compliance, that's figuring out how to protect and set carrying capacities and so forth. So I think that's sort of the order. And then within that, one of the things you can do for ammunition that new organization would then have to do is do a clever survey. And this can be part of the carrying capacity assessment as well, where you're showing, there's many ways to do it, but one way is you can kind of show pictures of a beach or of a walking street or any part of the city, like 10 different levels of crowds throughout the day. And you can show it to locals as a survey and go, where does this feel too crowded? And you can show it to the tourists. You can show it to both the lower end tourists, the ones who maybe you don't want coming off the tour bus, and the higher end tourists. And see if you can find an agreement of what that right level feels like and start to try to sort of zero in on that. Now, are you ever going to find an exact correct magic number for a city? No, it doesn't exist. But if you try to do it in a smart way, you're going to get a heck of a lot closer than by just letting people do whatever the hell they want. So it's a great step in the right direction. So kind of a survey. And the other thing that can happen in a survey is you're asking key questions. What's important to the locals? And then you can take these answers, give it to the politicians, and serve it back to the stakeholders and go, hey, this stuff's important to the locals and this stuff's important to the tourists. And it's not what we're currently doing. So let's readjust.
As you said before, we need to get politicians involved because there are conflicts of interest between the stakeholders here. The guy in Mallorca having a big hall where people come and drink cheap beer and eat sausages, of course, is interested in keeping up mass tourism, whereas the guy showing the old church or whatever perhaps has another view. And that means the DMO is not the right one to take the shots here. That will be the politician, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you ever unload a gazillion cruise ship tourists and they buy a bunch of cheap Chinese imported souvenirs into the Caribbean, the souvenirs are imported into the Caribbean, or they other cheap tchotchkes and junk that they get when they, there's always going to be someone who's going to fill that void. But just because they're making money from it doesn't mean it's the right thing to do, or that the destination can't make more money if you take a step back and look at the bigger picture. Because you hear a lot of people saying, what about these guys who are, selling the souvenirs? What happens to them? Well, you could also say, if you start dumping nuclear waste somewhere, you could say some guy's going to make money taking in the nuclear waste. Doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. Just because you can earn some money doing something doesn't mean it's the right thing or the smartest thing for the destination as a whole to be doing. And I think we need to make that distinction.
Sure.
That's kind of what's not happening.
So let's start by preparing a conference in a couple of months' time. We have a lot of interesting colleagues here on the platform. We just had Patrick. Jet will be later today. I think he will be a right guy. We have the data guys. I think one is the big strategic picture. Where do we want to go? But the other way is, other aspect is to get the data. As you said, we need to measure also what is success. Paul Rogers will be here later today, so we will have an interesting crew for that.
Yeah, I think one thing to think about and to be careful about is some of the stuff I explained about having a room key be the key to the city and all these connected things. That's something that Get Your Guide or Viator or Expedia or Google Travel or some of these big players could, Booking.com could like move in and try to do something like that. And for the DMO could go, hey, we're getting all this done for free and no one, you know, that's a dangerous road because now you've handed over all your data and essentially the entire development of your destination over to this company that has its own corporate interests with stakeholders and so forth. I think it's vital that cities retain control, that they have some little pieces of this stuff that are farmed out in the same way that like Disney doesn't build all their roller coasters. They bring in other stakeholders to create some of these products. But I mean, I think it's vital that this data is protected and used in a smart way, not just given out to the highest bidder or I should say the lowest bidder in this case. I think I think some are going to do that and it's going to be dangerous. Mark my words.
Most likely it will happen. Should we turn off the ending here or do you have anything else you want to say, Doug?
I think I've gone through almost everything I wanted to say. I wanted to make sure I left enough time so that we could, I always think it's fun. I watch enough of these webinars. I always think it's fun when there's more dialogue and less when there's one person who's just going off on a tangent. So I wanted to make sure we had enough time to chat this way and go back and forth a bit and see if there were any questions.
Doug, you will be around here on the Expo the next couple of days. So people can get in touch if they have anything they wanted to discuss with you, book you for speeches when the time has come again.
Exactly. I just want to say that I think it's great that you're doing this. It's a fantastic, cool new platform, much needed in the industry. It's every time people get together to share more information, network, only good things happen. So it's great. Hats off.
And we have had a very good response. A lot of new members coming in. So that is great. Thank you so much for the chat. We will be in touch one of the next days and see if we can plan a conference here to get the world moving in the right direction. Finally.
Look forward to it. Thank you so much, Jan. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome again to the BUZZ Expo. We are, and I am, happy to welcome an old friend of BUZZ.travel to speak today. Abdul Sakor, founder of marketingmentor.travel. Some of you may already know him from the great past webinars he held for our members. And for today, he has prepared something special to support you. A sales skill masterclass, how to win a digital negotiation. Welcome, Abdul.
Hi, Marcus. It's great to be here. Congratulations for the BUZZ Expo. It's a really exciting event.
Oh, thanks. That's great to hear. So what are you going to tell us today?
So today, it's a very special webinar. It's actually dedicated to everyone that is trying to negotiate online and wants to know more about negotiation hacks, persuasion skills, and everything that is necessary to close a deal online.
That seems to be very necessary at the moment. Much needed.
Definitely. I believe so.
I'm looking forward to seeing more.
Sure. So let me share my screen.
There we go.
Okay. So I believe you can all see my screen now.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So today I'm going to talk about the sales skills. This masterclass is intended to help you during a negotiation. There are different channels that are being used for communicate with people nowadays, but we're going to focus on negotiation by email. So a quick introduction about myself. My name is Abdul Sakor. I'm originally from Portugal. I have the hope that you will believe when I say to you that I have much more hair than the baby in the picture when I was a baby born. Yeah, I mean, I've been traveling around as well. And currently I am very much focused and very passionate about negotiation hacks, and I work as a digital marketing and sales coach. I've been always interested in psychology, body language, and persuasion. So I think this is some of the skills that you need when you build confidence when you're trying to close a deal. So I keep travel in my radar since 2004, not only at the personal level, but also professional level. So in terms of living abroad, traveling around in Europe, Africa, Asia, some places in Africa as well. So yeah, travel has been my passion. It's something that I've done in the past, and hopefully we can all do in the near future as well. So I've been working with companies, tourism offices, travel and tourism consultancy companies as well, and helping them get more from their activities online, and also trying to improve their digital marketing presence, their online presence, getting more leads, and also getting more and more engagement from their followings. So you can also find me through my company pages on Facebook and LinkedIn at Marketing Mentor for Travel Professionals. And yeah, just a little extra, I'm a languages freak. I speak quite a few languages. I'm passionate about networking and talking with people from different cultures. So yeah, that has been my passion for many years. So what is the agenda today? We're going to talk about top challenges in an online negotiation, being prepared to skip face-to-face introductions with the unprecedented times that we're living today. It becomes more and more difficult to meet people face-to-face. So we need to adjust to that, and we need to have a plan B if we want to interact at a more online level. We're going to learn as well on how to leverage the power of email, how to achieve a win-win negotiation, building rapport, becoming a virtual partner, and why you need to celebrate your outcome. It seems as a short presentation, but my intention was to do it short and sweet so that you can take notes and learn the most possible you can from this presentation. So be prepared and let's get back to work. I think it's very important to consider the type of challenges when you're trying to negotiate with someone by email. You have a lot of obstacles. It's a slow process, so it's a step-by-step process. Emails going back and forth takes a bit of time. We always have to be waiting, and it's not something that we could do normally if we were face-to-face. You have to consider that there is no emotional expression. So everything that you used to do to communicate your habits, your expressions, this is all absent. So you have to put all the emotions aside and try to approach all the negotiation process with a more logical point of view. Consider also that the message can be edited or shared, because in a meeting, if we go to meet someone at the office, we have a talk and that's it. But in this case, no, the message is registered. Your emails are registered, can be even saved in a cloud software and can be shared. So yeah, there is this kind of obstacles. People sometimes feel reluctant for it, and that's why most of the businesses fail. There is a flood of information online. So how will someone prioritize contacting with Y or Z person? Okay, it's very difficult. Unless we don't have a clear strategy, it's very difficult to get someone attention online. It's hard to build rapport. There is an absence of body language, the same as emotional expression as well, because the way you communicate using your hands, eye-to-eye contact, and also trying to, convince someone with your presence, with your personality, this is completely absent. Word typos, mistakes, and corrections. Whatever you say in the email, obviously you can correct it, but it can create some room for error. So you really need to be careful with that. And also the information can be misinterpreted if not written correctly. So these are the obstacles. Of course, there are much more, but the ones that we can spot when trying to um, negotiate with someone uh, is, um, is this all listed here, and it's something that you need to think about it before actually starting to connect with someone. So based on all this, what should we do? It's quite complicated, right? Where do I start? This is the big question. But let me think. If I want to negotiate, and at least I need to have some kind of connection with the person, right? Because we need to have things in common. We need to share things in common. We need to have like a foundation to start a conversation. So where do I start? First, I would suggest to start by your online profile, because in a face-to-face negotiation, you start by introducing yourself. It's simple as that. But in the digital world, people want to see your LinkedIn profile, right? They want to see your name. They want to see your picture, okay? And they want to know why you are valuable to them, okay? That's why it's very important that you keep this information up to date. You keep your skills section up to date. You recommend and you ask for recommendations, because in the end, we are not doing businesses with brands or logos. We are doing, people are doing businesses with people. So we need to give an authentic and credible online presentation before going into a negotiation. Okay. I have here an example of a very popular recruiter which has a very nice profile. He's even listed on the 10 best profiles on LinkedIn. His headline is very is very catchy, I would say, because the way he shows his joy and the way he shows his passion about his work is very good. And then it's also attracting nice recommendations. Besides that, it has a section with skills and endorsements because in the end, people want to see as well if you have competences that will help them achieve their goals. So an endorsement is actually a visa for collaboration, and the network that you have of people that recommend you will want to make other people work with you. So this is very important that you have your online profile up to date before trying any initiative for collaboration or for negotiation. Okay, but then I've done that. What is my next step? What should I do? Maybe if I want to negotiate with someone, maybe I will just do something. Instead of me going to his door, I'm going to see who is knocking on my door. Let me see who's viewed my profile. Ah, Marcus Scheffer from BUZZ.travel. Incredible. I knew it. He was actually looking into my profile. But you know, maybe he's interested to see if I can help him, if I can do something for him. And maybe he believes that I can help him. Maybe he believes that I can solve his problem. Yeah, why not taking advantage of that? So let me start by approaching him with a great starter. And now I'm starting the video. Scheffer, am I pronouncing your name correct? Hey, Marcus Scheffer, am I pronouncing your name correctly? I really hope so. Listen, I've seen that you've attended my sales masterclass workshop at the BUZZ Expo on June 30th. Is it correct? I really hope you've enjoyed the session. Listen, let's have a chat on Monday, July 6th. What do you think? I'm sending you my booking registration link down below, okay? Let's have a chat, it will be fun. So, I wanted to break the ice, and I've sent him a video, and I even sent him a booking registration link to attend our meeting on Monday. So fingers crossed. Let's see what happens. Ah, surprise, surprise. He already responded to my email, to my message. Hi, Abdul. I hope you are doing fine. Did you receive my latest email? So yes, he's very anxious, and I'm also very anxious. We should really, really start to connect, and maybe there is an opportunity for me. Okay. So it's very important that whenever we approach someone and we do a video like this, that we mention the name of our prospect, because there is nothing more personal than our own name, correct? So and because we want to build trust in the online world, we want to build trust. So it's very important that the first impression that you give to your lead, to your prospect, to your potential customer is by saying his name. There is no risk of you not knowing his name if you already seen his profile. So it's something that you have to consider whenever you approach him. You should set an informal and relaxed tone. Okay, we still don't want to give the idea that we are selling something. So we need to set an informal and relaxed tone first of all, and then give a prospect a reason to initiate a purposeful connection with us. Because when you try to approach a prospect, we also need to show them some context. This is very important because, like I said, we we want to have things in common with our prospect, with our future customer. So it's important that you give them a reason to contact us, and that we are valuable for a future conversation with them. I give you another example. We can also try to approach our prospect by email as well. So I have here an example. I'm going to read it very quickly. So your LinkedIn post discussing how your company is struggling to overcome business travel in December, that's just one example, made me think of others I know experiencing the same frustration. What seems to work is when companies tackle these three core issues: uncertainty about the health measures in destination queue, airlines refunds, flights availability in December to queue, so destination queue. Let me know if you'd like me to send the ultimate business travel guide 2020 my company put together that spells out to effectively address these issues. Regards, and your name. So here we are approaching by email by giving some context, by also addressing specific issues that he's having and how we can solve those issues. Okay. So at this point of time, you're just connecting by email. After you had a first approach, maybe by video, or maybe after your first email, now you have to really take advantage of all the features that email is giving you. So the email, in terms of opportunities, allows you to plan your responses. So it's a process of back and forth. So it gives you time to plan your responses. It allows you to discuss long topics in your own schedule, gives credibility through documents, maps, or statements. You're trying to sell a house or you're trying to sell a hotel, okay? You need to give them some financial background, financial statements. It's just an example, yeah? But it's really important that you show that you have all the materials available to corroborate your opinion, your statement in the email. The way you dispose the information in the email, highlighting some important items in bold or italic or text, are also very important. And you can set the foundation for the items to be agreed and define a time cycle to transition to a more direct conversation through call or video when you're a stage to a close or postpone the deal. So I've been working with some companies which they get to a stage where they are okay. So we've agreed 3, 4, 5 points. Now what should we do? Okay, he's reluctant to say yes, yes, no. Maybe to break the ice, just why not giving him a quick phone call? Why not maybe just sending him a voice message on WhatsApp? Okay, and try to see how things are. Okay, because sometimes we don't want to make it that it's only we are trying to get our way around just by these conditions, but we need to emphasize the fact that we are humans as well, and we are on top of this, and we want to make it happen as soon as possible. So it's important that you understand this stage during the process of negotiating by email. A very important thing as well that email allows you is that wherever you write is registered, even if it is in the cloud. It's also good if you have a software, because that will help you keep efficiently organized with all the documentations regarding a specific deal, agreement, or negotiation. Now, how can you really achieve a win-win negotiation? The first point I would say is to collect qualified data about your audience prior to composing the message. And that's why I've mentioned that the first thing that it's important to do is that you build your online profile, because then when you know that someone is looking into your online profile, you can also check their online profile, okay? And this will give you information that you need to understand a little bit more about his background, about his professional experience, about his professional background. So it's very important that you understand your audience. It's very important you understand your customer. It's important that you understand who you are doing business with. So that's really the first point I would suggest you to do. The second thing is to authenticate your digital correspondence with a software like DocuSign or other emails authentication method. That will give you some reliability in terms of digital correspondence. It's not something that you're just chatting about. It's actually something official, and you need to make sure that it's very well highlighted in the email that you're sending to him. Ask relevant questions and take time to study the answers. Now you have all the time, okay? You send an email, you receive the feedback. It's important that you analyze item by item because you have the time. You have the time to do it. Ask for confirmation if an item seems unclear. Sometimes we are in the process of just reading out all the items, prices, volume, quantities, location. But it seems so much information that there might be some information that is not very clear for us. So it's very, very important that if we have any question, maybe pick up the phone and have a call and ask him, is this clear or not? Or maybe just send a different email about this, okay? So that everything is clarified. Use time in your favor. So have you seen time can be an obstacle. It can be a very step-by-step process, a slow process, but also you can use it in your advantage, in your benefit. The most feedback and the most valuable feedback that you give to your prospect, the higher the probability of him answering you. Pick up the phone if you need a short clarification, or just send a voice or video message. Okay, I've been working with companies that they use these very concise techniques. They look very straightforward and very simple, but in fact, when you are in the process of writing 5 to 10 emails per day, and in the end you have more than 40, 50 emails, which can really happen because you have to agree in many items which are not clear, then it's very important that you do this step by step. You take the time so that you can prepare all the information that you and materials that you want to give to your prospect and achieve a successful negotiation. In a favorable post-negotiation scenario, if you actually achieved a deal, why not maybe sending a handwritten note to your prospect, thanking him for the long back and forth emails enclosed to your contract? Because now you're all tired. Yeah, you're just very, very tired of this process, and you want to get things done. So now is the process of signing the contract, signing the documentation, scanning everything. So it's a good time to show that there is a personal touch from your side, that you are appreciative of all the effort that has been done. So why maybe not write on your own handwritten type calligraphy a small note to your current client now? Because now that you've achieved something positive, it's time to celebrate your outcome. It's time to show them some love. Why not celebrating your outcome by sharing your achievement? Write reviews, highlight the benefit in working with them, publish a blog about your relationship with your client, use mentions and tag features to highlight your client's accomplishments. Show the progress you've made, but keep your goals up to date. It's important that you build a foundation for future businesses with the same client, and also attract new businesses, new people that are interested in your way of doing things and the way that you work. This is very important nowadays because we want to feel comfortable with someone that has a good uh, profile, has a good profile and has a good achievement list in their social channels. So as you see, we had a very successful webinar, but obviously, you want to promote your partnership from the moment that you start to build something with someone. Then you really need to emphasize and highlight the fact that we are in this together and we achieved something together. So it's really positive that you promote that flow of positiveness and flow of confidence and trust with your partner now that you achieved something with him. And this will reflect in your reviews as well, in the ways that people will talk about you, in the ways that people want to know more about your work, about your company, about the way you do your job, and the way that you can create value for them in the future. So this was just a taste. If you want to know more, because there are much more techniques which are part of this presentation. This was just some small advices for the purpose of this masterclass. But if you want to learn more sales hacks and techniques, how to master the science and art of negotiation, if you want to get more persuasion skills, even email writing skills, you can visit my website on marketingmentor.travel. Solutions and sales skills training from zero to sales expert. There are more masterclasses coming soon. If you're interested to knowing more, you can just be with your eyes open. There will be more courses. 5 rules for a successful negotiation on LinkedIn, how to win a negotiation by video conference. You can always subscribe to our newsletter. And yes, please connect with me. I look forward to know more about your business and to help you however we can. So my next event will be on Thursday. I'll really look forward to it. And it has been a very exciting time to be in this BUZZ.travel Expo. I've seen so many interesting discussions from different backgrounds and from different countries. It has been really, really amazing to be here. And I really want to give a special thanks to the BUZZ.travel team and everyone that has organized this. Thank you very much. A big fat thank you to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul. This had been, again, well, we know each other for some time now. Again, very, very interesting, I have to say. And it's a pleasure, of course, having you here talking. And I think especially this one here really gave everybody something in their hands that can really more or less easily use to be more successful. So thank you a lot for sharing that with us. And I'm looking forward to seeing you on Thursday then in the next event we have. This will be very, very interesting as well, I know that. And as Abdul already mentioned, he will be around on the Expo. Just get on his profile. You have at any time the possibility to get connected, to ask for a talk, for example. So feel free to do that, especially with Abdul, if you really want to get into that topic. And of course, to everybody else who all have their booths here. Feel free to connect. And Abdul, thanks once again. See you on Thursday.
Thank you very much, Marcus. It has been a really great pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
I wish you the same, and to everybody else, of course, as well. Have a great day. See you soon. Bye-bye.
See you. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome again to the BUZZ Expo. We're happy to introduce you to Will Sickham, President of BUZZ.travel. He will tell you more about the future of travel industry B2B events, conferences, and exhibitions. It's great to have you here with us, Will. And before we get right into the topics, let our attendees and viewers know more about you and BUZZ.travel, please.
Thank you, Marcus. It's great to be here. I appreciate you and BUZZ.travel for putting this event on. It's been a lot of fun to watch. Yeah, I'm president of BUZZ.travel. We're a B2B event producer in focus on travel and tourism and tourism marketing, international business development. Prior to that, I spent about 30 years in the destination marketing space at CMO and CEO at Visit Florida, Visit Denver, work with Colorado Tourism, lots of resorts in Colorado in the ski industry. So I've spent a lot of time in the space, and having been in charge of running our marketing initiatives and working in event spaces, actually owning and producing some events in Florida, and then now we own and operate about 14 events in leisure travel. And as you know, travel industry was just humming along here in the end of 2019 and the beginning of 2020. Everybody thought it was going to be a fantastic year. In fact, we held one of our biggest events with international tour operators from about 30 countries in Orlando in late February, and followed that the week later with a receptive tour operator event in Los Angeles. And we're getting ready to go to ITB, and when ITB had to cancel on that Friday, that really much signaled the kind of the end. And from that point on, the travel industry has gone from 10 years of record year-over-year growth to a complete global standstill. So it's interesting to see what is going to come out of the post-pandemic environment, but certainly feel pretty strongly that our industry is one that's based on connections. And again, thanks to BUZZ.travel for bringing everybody together in a virtual way, which I think is fantastic. But have no doubt that the virtual stuff will continue, but have no doubt that our industry is going to only be able to accelerate our growth out of this pandemic lull with face-to-face meetings.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we can really think, and I think that's not a surprise. The cancellation of the ITB had really been the beginning of a global crisis in tourism. I remember, of course, we wanted to be there as well. And then on this Friday, as you already said, like, hey, here the ITB is cancelled. What do you think? When do you see the tourism industry events returning?
Well, I mean, ITB was the beginning of a really rough stretch in travel, right? And I think it was, we've seen a lot of the major industry events have canceled through the summer. IPW canceled, Expo, Destinations International here in the United States. A lot of the big B2B traditional events have all canceled. Or postponed or moved on. And in our instance, we had to do some cancellations, had to do some relocations, and do some different things. But more importantly, what we did is we've spent a lot of the last 90 days kind of re-envisioning what meetings and the conferences and exhibitions are going to have to look like in the kind of the new normal, and what are the precautions that we're going to have to take that it would be different. What are the investments we're going to have to make to ultimately make sure that our attendees, our sponsors, our speakers are all confident that they're going to be meeting in a safe environment, that they're going to be able to travel in confidence, and making sure that, again, kind of overdoing it on the safety and the cleanliness of the events. And there's a lot of people out there that say, how can you do that? How can you have an in-person event in the age of, COVID? And you have to be really intentional about how you go about doing that. So we're really looking forward to, we've just announced last week or 2 weeks ago now that we've relocated 2 events. We're going to have another event back in Orlando, September 8th through 10th. And that'll be a meeting planner event called Connect Florida, a sports event for professional sports rights holders called Connect Sports, Connect Tour, which is our North American domestic tour operator show, and our RTO South, which is for receptive tour operators that are focused on the international market. And that's all going to be held at the Rosen Shingle Creek in Orlando. And what's interesting is kind of how those programs will look different in September from the events that we held in February in Kissimmee, Florida, just down the road. And, you know, whereas in February we spent, you know, invested quite heavily in speakers. We had President Barack Obama was our keynote speaker. Pretty compelling, amazing presentation, amazing energy. But in September, you know, a lot of that investment that would have gone forward towards, you know, speakers and entertainment. We had the Blue Man Group, you know, warm up for the president. Incredible experience. But now that's going to be, that investment is going to be shed towards an initiative we've called Connect Safe and Health Plan. We're going to have a bigger footprint, wider aisles for one-on-one appointments. There'll be plexiglass in between the appointments. Masks will be mandatory. We'll provide temperature checks coming in and out of every facility. You know, no longer will we bring, you know, thousands of people together, you know, for a buffet lunch. You're going to be, you know, prepackaged food. We're going to provide COVID tests so that, you know, when you come in, we'll know that you're not, you're one, don't have a temperature, and two, you don't have the virus. So, you know, little simple things. You know, we're so used to going to a trade show and having a urn of coffee or you know water that everybody goes and touches the same, you know, the same handle, and that just won't be the case anymore. You know, it's going to be, you know, people are going to be served. You know, there'll be gloves around, antibiotics, you know, hand cleaning stations everywhere. So the event experience itself will be different, but we're confident we can make our exhibitioners, our you know, our host buyers, and feel confident and comfortable. And other little things I think are interesting. We're not going to do the traditional registration, you know, where everyone queues up and, you know, they go and you hand off and you're, you know, touching things and back and forth. We're going to pre-register everybody and ship the badge. And along with that badge comes a, you know, a pack of wipes for the airplane, a couple masks. So you know, so there's no reason to not feel safe and secure when you're making that trip. And we feel confident that if we're able to make our customers and our partners feel confident in what we're doing to ensure that they're going to have a good experience and we're going to provide a good environment, then they'll be able to come to an event, do business, and help jumpstart the economy. Because we know just sitting and waiting is going to do nothing for our industry, and our industry needs, you know, we're at a tough spot right now, pretty much any sector of the industry, any place in the globe. And so the funnels, the pipeline of future business is not there. And so we're going to do our best to help the industry kind of get back to work.
Of course. I mean, that's a lot to handle at the moment. So in general, how do you think will the travel industry events change due to COVID?
And there's no question, again, and it's really good, kind of great news to hear that, like, you know, in China, there are, you know, business to business events are back and at it, you know, and that's a great indicator. And some of the information that we're hearing about the events, and they're doing quite well. I mean, you know, it's a little bit different that everybody's wearing a mask. You know, that is a fundamental difference that we're not quite used to. But in the near term, that is just such an important component of not only showing that we're you know, taking it seriously, but doing all of our best to make sure that we're looking out for the health and well-being of everybody else there. So, you know, there are things. I think it's really important to think a little bit beyond, you know, September and our event we're going to host in October in Las Vegas, which is going to be a pretty significant event as well. But a lot of these protocols are going to have implications for years and years and years. If you think back after 9/11, all the way that travel changed, you know, the security checkpoints and everything like that, you know, that was 19 years ago. And was Richard Reed was a shoe bomber, tried to blow up a plane, and we're still taking off our shoes 19 years later. So, I don't think you will ever get on another plane if you have a fever. I think that's kind of COVID, vaccine or not. I just don't think people are going to tolerate sick people being on a plane or sick people checking into a concert or a sporting event. So those kind of things will change regardless of the type of an event, and they'll be around for a long time. I think we have globally become much more conscious of cleanliness and washing our hands and trying not to touch our face and eliminating touch points. I mean, in Europe is much further along than the United States, certainly in contactless transactions, but that is going to be a component of our everyday life moving forward. And likewise in the event space, the entire ecosystem is going to have to adapt because, in order to provide more space between booths or more space between exhibitions or more space between seats in a presentation format, a meeting is going to require a lot more space. And, hotels are not going to be able to have, we're not going to pack everything in. So utilization of space will be very different. But there's no question in my mind that the events are going to be, in-person business-to-business events are going to be critical to jumpstarting the economy and certainly jumpstarting the travel and tourism industry.
Yeah, for sure. And now that people are more sensitive, and they are, and they will stay, as you said, this will just follow us for a long time. What do you think? How will the event organizers ensure that the attendees will feel safe traveling to conferences in general?
So I think event organizers are going to have a couple challenges, two different challenges to really focus on addressing. One is communicating a really clear protocol. And again, at our Connect events, we've made a really concerted effort for the last 6-8 weeks on focusing on what that is. Again, simple, wider lanes, plexiglass, cleaning stations, disinfectants, temperature checks, COVID tests, all of the things, again, and going over the top on that so that it is abundantly clear that this is a clean space. I mean, tables are getting washed out, tables are getting cleaned regularly. Everything is over the top in terms of cleanliness. So if we can communicate that in advance, we can, hopefully eliminate some of the resistance to being out in the world, right? At least initially, that is going to be a challenge. So I'm really fortunate that we've gone that step early to be able to provide that information for the events in September and October and later in the year. So that's one piece. The second piece for event organizers that I think has become even more critical is how to make sure that we are delivering extraordinary value. These Zoom meetings are great. And, I will tell you, we've had incredible engagement. One of our events is called the eTourism Summit. It's in its 21st year for digital savvy tourism marketers. And it's an incredible event, really groundbreaking, helping destinations really evolve their digital tourism marketing. Since the COVID shutdown, we started a little webinar series. And in 3 months, we would have expected at our event, which was going to be in Seattle and has now been relocated to the Wynn in Las Vegas on October 19th and through the 21st. And the Wynn has done a great job on the hotel side too, of really being a thought leader in terms of cleanliness of their hotel and their casinos and their restaurants. So we had to make the shift for a bunch of events there, but we were planning on probably 300 people at the eTourism Summit for the year. And over the course of 8 or 10 series of webinars, we've impacted over 4,500 people this year. And they're engaging and getting value out of the conversations in a very difficult time for tourism marketers. So we're looking then and say, how then can we add that kind of value to our eTourism Summit? Knowing that travel budgets in the travel industry are down, travel restrictions are down, we're probably not going to get to 300 people again this year live. So it's our 21st anniversary at eTourism Summit this year. We're going to take over the entire month of October. We'll have 2 days of live events in Las Vegas at the Wynn, but we're also going to have 21 days of virtual conferences so that industry can participate and learn and provide professional development for their staffs and their communities virtually while not being able to travel. So you can, hopefully we'll get a lot of people to come to the actual event. We know we'll be able to reach out and get a lot of people on the virtual. So that kind of hybrid conversation, I think, is really important. And I've been doing a lot of research, and I think that the industry demands are going to be higher, and expectations are going to be higher than ever. I think in the way things look and feel, there will be industry is going to be, you know, open and understanding to and accepting to different changes, and it's not the way that it used to be. But they're going to demand value, and that value is either going to be in the form of extraordinary education, extraordinary industry collaboration, and business-to-business sales. I think, you know, you're going to have to be able to deliver a hard ROI for attendees and sponsors alike. Whereas I think the industry and the event side has been able to get away with, you know, we go to World Travel Market every year and spend a ton of money because if we didn't, they'd notice. You know, we would, conspicuous by our absence is an argument often made for why sales teams want to be at shows. Now I think, you know, executives are going to demand that there's a much more significant ROI, and I think event organizers are going to have to focus on delivering that ROI moving forward.
Yeah, well, that sounds very clear, of course. So now that we've talking about things so generally, well, more or less, what are now Connect Travel's plans for 2020, 2021? What have you planned exactly?
Yeah, so it's 2020. We've had to, it's been kind of like a game of Jenga, figuring out what we can fit where and when, and when's the right time and the right place. So we ended up making a lot of changes and moving a lot of things out for the year 2020. Like I mentioned, eTourism Summit, which was going to be in Seattle in October, is going to be moving to the Wynn Hotel. We were really looking forward to being in San Juan, Puerto Rico at the end of September. Again, due to all the challenges of travel, we've moved that to the Wynn as well, October 19 through 21 in Las Vegas. And then we will have another international business President Obama spoke at in February. We'll do round number 2 in Las Vegas at the end of October, as well as several categories of MICE meetings. So so that'll be a major event, October again, 19 through 21. In September at the Rose and Shingle Creek in and Connect an RTO Summit, which is the receptive tour operators. So we'll have four kind of flights of events going on there, Connect events. And then as we start to look at 2020, we think that, again, this co-location of events provides an opportunity to create some really exciting synergies with, you know, multiple people, multiple speakers, different kinds of education across formats, which will, again, make a more impactful event. But we couldn't be more, you know, being realistic. We know it's going to be a tough time. We know budgets are going to be tough, and our, you know, from every vertical in the travel industry has just been hit through relationships, and the business of travel is done, you know, needs to have that kind of that one-on-one conversation. Yeah,
for sure. I mean, this is one-on-one is always the best thing you can do in the end. I mean, it's this time that's not possible. Okay, there's a little distance between the two of us, but in general, I think absolutely the same that you already said. And how you will do that, that's been very, very interesting. And I wish you all the best of luck to really get that all running. And you know, when we can support you in any kind of way, please let us know. We do our best.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate BUZZ.travel and putting together this expo, again, bringing the industry together from around the world to address some of the big challenges of this time. And you know, I think it's one thing it's really important to note is that the travel industry is oftentimes kind of behind the scenes or taken for granted. Likewise, the business-to-business exhibitions and conference business kind of expect it to happen. And after 10 years of everybody going up and records everywhere, and you know, it was an incredible run for a lot of for everybody for a good long time. We are all experiencing a dead stop, and so you know, we got, you know, all of our business models were optimized for kind of year-over-year record growth. And we were comfortable with that because we were seeing year-over-year record growth. Why do something else? But when everybody starts to zero, my prediction is that the industry is going to have to work harder than they ever have to get business back and get the right kind of business back to their destinations and their communities, and their hotels and the resorts and their attractions. So I think it's going to, again, one of the reasons I'm as bullish as I am on the B2B space is that's the environment where you're able to target the right bit, you know, the right group, the right people that are going to come in and are the right fit for your community, your hotel, your resort, your attraction, and not just sit back and wait for them to come. We're going to have to work a lot harder, and working a lot harder is going to include being aggressive in some of the business-to-business events.
Yeah, that's possible. I always hope what our aim is as well, to get the right people together, to collaborate, to work together, to support each other as far as it's possible. And this would be, for example, my wish for everybody, try to support each other, because then we can get everything going once again and kickstart in the end. We will see how that all turns out. We try to do our best with BUZZ.travel to give everybody the opportunity to find the right people to talk to. For example, if anybody would like to know more about Connect Travel, you are around on the Expo. Yeah, you can find the profile. Everybody send a request to connect, send a message to ask for an appointment, for example. These are the easy things you can do at any time. And I just see that we got a question here.
Oh no.
From Sebastian. Hi there, I hope you're doing fine. Will, do you think that DMC will play a bigger role in the future to ensure confidence, safety, and security?
Yeah, great question, Sebastian. And again, on the from taking my destination marketing hat on, putting it on, I think absolutely. When you look at the role of destination marketing organizations historically, when they're 95% of their communications, their touch points are external to their community. And so we don't see them. They're not as visible as you would expect for, you know, an organization representing what is going to be the first, second, third biggest industry in each of those communities. So you recognize that most of the travel industry, by and large, is small businesses, and small businesses don't have necessarily, they're fighting to survive and scrambling to do anything they can. And so I think DMCs are going to have a bigger role in educating, providing resources, providing leadership in terms of what safe and health protocols are. Not only what is mandated by the local jurisdiction or the local government, but probably more importantly, what is demanded by consumers and travelers themselves. And kind of helping to identify the sources of that information here. And where I am in Florida, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association has done a fabulous job of collaborating to identify all the different kind of safety and security and cleanliness products and services that can be available to all of their member businesses. I think that's a good lesson for any DMC to identify all of those sources where you can be a real value to help those small businesses be in a position to recover and be able to address it, and not spend all their time fretting about, how do I source masks or gloves or hand sanitizer or disinfectant.
Yeah, so I think this has been a great answer. So if there's no questions more, well, I would like to thank you for this talk today. As I said, it had been very, very interesting and brings a lot of focus on the future, what's going on. And yeah, as I said already, everybody connect to Will if you would like to know more.
Check us out in the Expo or connecttravel.com, and we'll look forward to helping you grow your business any way we can.
Perfect.
All right.
Thanks a lot for your time, for your talk. Stay safe and see you soon.
Excellent.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
See you.
presentation is perhaps the most provoking of all the titles of the addresses we have in this event. Jet looks at a very long and successful career in the travel industry. He had held senior positions in companies like TUI, Thomas Cook, Kuoni, etc., and was on the management board of Roots Events for many years. One day he had enough and said, we need another way of traveling, and founded Low Season Traveler. The company is dedicated 100% to traveling during low seasons. That means better usage of resources, financially, ecologically, and destination-wise. You could say it's a way of, they speak so much of flattening the corona curve, but it's also a way of flattening the curve for tourists. Jet is also a managing director for World Tourism Association of Culture and Heritage. And if anybody has time left, they have made a great webinar series, which I would highly recommend. So brings me back to my starting remark, very provoking. I have met Jet during the presentations for this expo, and I know him as an extremely pleasant, helpful, and knowledgeable guy, not provoking at all. But if you have a provoking visit, all the better. Jet, yours is the floor.
Thank you very much indeed, Jan, and thank you very much for this opportunity. It's great to be here at the BUZZ.travel event. So I'd like to share my screen with you, if I may. And hopefully you can all see that now. So yes, my name is Jed Brown, and indeed I have founded the organization Low Season Traveler. And I do indeed want to talk to you today about why, you know, a recovery is frankly the very last thing that we need. Let me click onto my next slide. So yeah, so how are you all doing? How's your lockdown experience been? Are you still in lockdown? I know some people are starting to ease their way out of lockdown now, and yeah, it's been an interesting few months, certainly a unique few months for me as well. A lot of firsts, I think, for all of us. I've been involved in more webinars than I ever imagined in my wildest dreams, and I guess, like you, I've been fascinated to gain an insight into people's lives that we wouldn't usually get. You know, through these webinars, we've been invited into the homes of our industry colleagues, and we've gained a little bit of a glimpse into their lives. And quite frankly, I've been in awe of people's home office setups. I've seen all kinds of, you know, teak bookcases and bookshelves. I've seen sunrooms and conservatories. I've been generally quite impressed and quite in awe, if I'm very honest, especially given that my home office is actually my youngest daughter's bedroom, and frankly, it's a little bit different to some of the ones which I've seen. So this is my home office. Hopefully, you can see that very clearly. You might see just over onto the right-hand side in the corner, there's a little desk and a black screen, and that's where I'm speaking to you from. Right now, I've got a virtual background today because I'm trying to be all very professional for the guys at Buzz to show them that I'm very serious. But this has been my office for the past 3-4 months. Usually, I have an office in Manchester, which is very corporate and very staid. But this has been my office for the past 3 months. So yeah, I've basically spent my lockdown in a land of kittens, fairies, unicorns, and rainbows. And actually, it's been wonderful. I'm surrounded by childlike innocence everywhere I look, the hopes and dreams of the next generation, and actually, it's kind of inspired me in many ways over the past few months. So there you go. I bet you're all jealous now of my home office setup, aren't you? Yeah. So look, you know, I've created a virtual background now, and I didn't have to show you the reality of what my office is, and you could have been none the wiser. But when I'm that brutally honest with you, you're more likely to trust me, because you know I'm being honest. Why would I lie about being in my daughter's bedroom? So, you know, we've also heard a lot of speakers recently telling us about the importance of trust as we move forward. And I think there's a general perception that we need to start being more truthful. There's been issues of trust with regards to the travel industry. When people have been handing over their hard-earned cash, they're entitled to a refund if the travel doesn't happen, and for whatever reason we haven't been able to hand back the cash. And you know, that trust is at risk of being eroded. But also, more generally speaking, in our industry, we've had a penchant for telling little white lies. And I'd like you to remember, as we go through this presentation, the importance of truth and trust as we continue today. So how are you feeling about the recovery? You know, you don't need to be predisposed by what I've said at the very beginning. You know, maybe you're excited. You know, maybe this is you. You're excited, you're nervous, you're ready to take more bookings for sure. I'm sure everybody is. Maybe you're ready to travel again yourselves. Maybe you're not. I don't know. But when we talk about recovery, I'm not convinced that recovery is the right word. I don't know what the right word is, but recovery, it just feels wrong. You know, you can see here the definition: a return to a normal state of health, mind, or strength. You know, I suppose it could be more appropriate to call this a radically different and changed tourism offering, which balances more evenly the needs of travelers, communities, and the environment. But, you know, I guess recovery is easier to fit on a hashtag, and, you know, maybe we should just stick with recovery. But recovery does seem to intimate a return to a previous state of affairs, and I'm not convinced that that's a noble or a just aim, if I'm being very honest. So what was normal before the coronavirus? What's this, you know, normal that we're hoping to recover to? So this is how we inspired people to travel over the past 10, 20 years. We used some, you know, really beautiful images to draw people in to visit our destinations around the world. And a lot of these images you'll find on, you know, posters, travel websites, brochures in the old days, blogs. They're all over the place. This is obviously the Acropolis. It's a beautiful one. It really draws you in, makes you want to be on that beach. So that's Maya Bay in Thailand, famously where The Beach was set. It looks just breathtaking. This is a lovely stretch of beach in northern Spain. It's called Levant Beach, and it's absolutely glorious. And it's, you know, it's not photoshopped. That's the color of the water there in that picture. And I've got to point out that all of these photographs here, by the way, they weren't taken during the COVID-19 lockdown, just to be absolutely clear either. And this is Venice. In Italy, it's the Ponte della Paglia. So these were the kind of images that we used to sell people travel, because we're very conscious that when we're selling travel, we can't actually show them the product. So we have to give them the next best thing, and that's photographs and descriptions of what they're purchasing. And, you know, let's remember that usually a holiday or travel is the largest single expense that anyone will pay for in any given year, assuming they're not buying a car or a house on that particular year. So that's what we sold you. And for about 70 to 80% of you that travels to those destinations, this is what you actually got. So this is the view from the Acropolis in Athens. So again, this is normal, and this is the experience for approximately 70 to 80% of people that visit Athens, because they go in the peak time. This is Maya Bay in Koh Phi Phi in Thailand. Again, this is the normal that we're aspiring to get back towards. Had to be closed down last year because the biodiversity was so destroyed that it felt that the only way to recover it is to stop tourists from going there for at least a year. This is normal in Levant Beach in Salou in northern Spain. Again, this is the experience that most people have. Again, when you're looking at this from a context of social distancing, which is the lens we're all viewing everything through right now, it looks pretty horrific, actually. And this is the Ponte della Paglia in Venice in Italy on an average day. Again, social distancing, you know, you'd have heart failure looking at that. And I always think whenever I'm looking at these images, I'm always thinking, you know, that lady there with the red hat, is that the experience that she signed up to? When she was handing over her cash to a travel agent in, you know, the Midwest of the US, is that the experience that she thought she was going to be having? Or is it a different experience? So serious question for you now. Why would those last few images not be used in each destination's promotional materials? Seriously, why aren't they used? That's the reality. That's the absolute reality for 70 to 80% of people that visit those destinations during the peak times. So why aren't we showing them the images of what they're going to be getting when they're in destination? And when you've answered that to yourself or to your colleagues, think about what the implications are of your answer. Are we as an industry, and have we been truthful, and can consumers trust us? And as an interesting side note, when I set up Low Season Traveler, I wanted our imagery to be different to the norm because we were the only company that was going to promote the low seasons. And what I found is that, you know, obviously, all of the ones that are selling the high seasons, they use the imagery from the low seasons. So unfortunately, my photographs aren't any different to the rest. But I'm being truthful because all of the clients that travel with us, they all go during the low seasons. So let's see what we want to recover too. So again, big picture stuff here. This is figures from the United Nations World Tourism Organization, their tourism highlights. The most recent ones that I could get my hands on were the end of 2018. And we could see that, you know, it was the good old days. Arrivals up 5% year on year. So again, you know, still going up. Tourism receipts up 4% to 1.7 trillion US dollars. Again, all good positive stuff. 9th consecutive year of arrivals growth. Geez, you know, wonderful times really for the industry. There were more tourists than ever before at the end of 2018. Solid growth in every region, even established markets like Europe, seeing up 5% year on year in terms of international arrivals. Asia Pacific plus 7%, fast becoming the larger area in the world for tourism. And even the likes of Africa and the Middle East growing 5% and 7% respectively. So every region in the world taking more arrivals. That was normal. UNWTO interestingly stated when these figures were released that it had had the best ever year for tourism. The world had had the best ever year for tourism. And it's just interesting when you really think about that. What we're saying is the best ever year for tourism is purely on numbers of people arriving and cash. That's what it's all about. No mention about anything else there. That's what it means to have the best year in tourism. Nothing about local communities, nothing about culture, nothing about heritage, nothing about history, nothing about that, just numbers and cash. And these are the organizations that